5, 4, 3, 2, 1 as we go to Mega Charles 54 for live broadcast of the finals here in Millington, as you would have suggested. Good afternoon once again.
Good evening, one and all, wherever you are. Finals day and a brilliant day. Oh, what beautiful sunshine down here at the James Round Webster Park. And as we hear the wonderful song, the anthem of the West Indies cricket team, Rally Around the West Indies, been blasted in the back there. And it is beautiful sunshine, beautiful cricket is expected here at the James Ronald Webster Park. It is the Stoney ground. Beamers who have won the toss, choosing to bat. There is a massive, and we'll take the field, and it is going to be right who will be getting things off, bowling off the first ball. Wherever you are, take the bus, take the plane, take the van, take the train, the place to be. It is the JRWP, the finals, about to be bowled off. First ball is going to be bowled by Wright, and he's going to be bowling to the man Saunders. Akeem Saunders, the all-aggressive batsman. We saw him yesterday. Is Saunders, taps away, first delivery of this, the finals. Wait for Wright. Right between umpire and stump. Left arm around the wicket. Bowls short and pull straight to short mid-wicket. And could have easily gotten off the mark there, but hitting it straight to short mid-wicket. And no run resulting. Ball number 1. That ball goes into the scorer's book. Wright again. Bowls to Saunders. Short, and he hit this one in the air. Over the top of mid-on. Runs here. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second. And Williams really not the fastest in the best of days and carrying an injury. He's on 2 is Saunders, and Beamers are off and running. They're on 2. So Saunders would want to stay there today. He would really want to stay and bat. Yesterday he scored 8. And got out. Here is Wright to bowl to Saunders. Saunders is back and looking to force that one to the offside ball, coming off the under edge. No run resulting, just trickling back down the track. Score remains on 2. 2 for no loss. Here is Wright again. Ball number 3 to bowl to 4 to bowl to Saunders. Saunders is going to get runs here. They've gone for 1. And Kim Charles sends the return. Can't stop Saunders from moving on to 3, and the total to 3. 3 for no loss. Over number 1. Wherever you are invited. Entrance is free. Free. Come on, wherever you are, come down to the JRWP. It is finals day in the APL season 2. As Wright around the wicket between umpire and stumps. Ball to Williams, Sean, and pushing down the ground. As Sean Hodge is in attendance. The offside there at the extra cover. Fields, no run resulting. Score remains on 3. Here is Wright again to bowl to Williams. Williams is back and forcing it straight to the man at backward point who doesn't feel. And this is going to race into the extra cover, into the backward point boundary. 4 runs. 4 runs to Williams. Not the best feeling there we see from Peters. And it goes into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, certainly Peters probably not as loose as he would like to be, and just made an attempt as if he was going to feel the ball, but just let it roll past him, and that was all that was needed for the ball to be heading straight into the boundary. The fielders who were at least in close proximity was some distance away, and they just couldn't stop it. But poor feeling there on the part of Peters.
Indeed. Well, we're expecting a full house here today. Expecting a full house. Persons would just been coming in from church and getting themselves together to come down to the JRWP. It's cricket, lovely cricket, and the beautiful sunshine here at the JRWP. In the distance, we are seeing the blue and white Central Polyclinic. The antenna there for flow. In the distance, And 10 for Radio Anguilla, who is carrying a coverage live and lively on the radio. It's Mega Charles, a 54, who's been here with us from season 1 and from day 1 in season 2, carrying us live on YouTube. So wherever you are, if you're listening to us by radio and you want to switch to a live coverage on YouTube, it's Mega Charles 54. It's 7 for no loss at the end of over number 1. Over number 2, about to begin from this the commentators booth. And it's going to be bowled by Peters. Umpires for this game is Hughes and Lake. Here is Peters. Runs away from us to bowl to Sanders. Bowl to Sanders. Sanders is walking this one, hitting this one. Short of fine leg, can only go and jog away to fetch the ball from someone who will relay it back to him. It goes away for 4, and Sanders in good form is showing and making a stake and claim on this the finals.
Good shot there from Sanders. We saw when he was playing yesterday in the semi-finals. Did hit 2 shots for 4, and then as if he had a plane to catch, gave away his wicket. But I would want to think that today he has come with a different temperament and looking to be at the wicket for a very, very long time and to put up a very good score as well for the Beamers.
Here is Peters again, turns, walks away, then breaks into his run. Pass the umpire to bowl to Sanders. Sanders is pushing it on the onside down to mid-on. Gets 1. He moves on to 8. Both batsmen up and running. Sanders is on 8 and Williams is on 4. The total moves on to 12. 12 for no loss. Sanders yesterday, well, he had a date somewhere at Valley Fest, and so he was in a hurry to get to his hot date at Valley Fest. Hope he would have enjoyed, and he has come out here today in the finals to really showcase his talent. It's a second over, been bowled. There is a hole up there now. Is Williams seeming to be having a conversation with the wicketkeeper and slip. He taps away, looks around, waits for Peters, tugs at his pads. His blue helmet, waits for Peters to this delivery. Peters is getting one short and wide on the leg side. Wide call by umpire. Not cleanly taken by the keeper, but can't get more than 1 extra on wide. So it's 13 for no loss. 13 for no loss. Over number 2 in progress here. It is going to be an exciting game here. Oh, we saw 2 exciting semi-finals yesterday, and we are expecting no less. Here is Peters to bowl to Williams. Williams is getting one outside the house, and that is cracking. 2 extra cover. He's gonna get there. He does so. Feels well. Sends the return. That's a good bit of feeling. The return is not so good, but Jacob was right there. That's Jacob Earls backing up. Williams moves on to 5, and the total moves on to 14. 14 for no loss. Over number 2. Beamer is winning the toss, choosing to bat first. They did so the last in the final preliminary round against the very opponent. Came out on the wrong side. Here is Peters to bowl to Sanders. Sanders is crashing this one straight to backward point, can't score. Wright is in attendance and checking to show his thumbs down. No run resulting. Score remains on 14. 14 for no loss. As we see our visitors, they're hovering around. Tony, we have some nice visitors around who have been here with us all season.
Yes, place is very dry, hot and humid, and so to show that they may be looking for whatever they can find and pick up.
Here is Peters to bowl to Sanders. Sanders is driving up to mid-off. They're going to get one. Hakeem Charles was in quickly, fumbles it. Can't stop the single. Can't stop Sanders from moving on to his 9th run, and the Beamers from moving on to 15. 15 for no loss. 15 for no loss. Beamers coming away yesterday with a victory over the finalists, well, last year's champions. Farrington Super Sixers. Here is Peters. Peters moves away to bowl to Williams. Bowl to Williams. A shot, and was it the helmet or the back of the bat? We wait to see the signal, and that one we probably need to do a concussion check. Oh, that's off the helmet. And funny along, Peters and Williams, both from St. Martin, the end of the over, and at the end of over number 2, the Beamers are winning the toss, choosing to bat. They're 16 for no loss.
It's a good start there to the Beamers, and Williams getting himself all in a spot of bother there, as if he was too early into the shot and realizing that he needed to take some evasive action there. But the helmet stood in the way, and were able to at least get a single from it, but no damage done there to the batter. They are playing the shot just a little too early, and been fooled there a little bit, Millington, in the person there of Williams.
Indeed. Oh, big man with a big heart. He's a fighter. Damian Williams. Both plays for St. Martin. Him and Sherwin Peters. It's going to be right. Over number 3 from the Central Polyclinic and bowl to Williams. Williams is tugging this one and tugging it past mid on 4 runs. Good shot there by Williams. He is hampered by hamstring injury from early in the preliminaries, and so he is standing like the big man Chris Gale and delivering.
Yes, and this time playing a much better shot, just getting to the pitch of the ball and just pulling it into the onside there. The fielder out there had no chance at all. The ball was traveling very quickly, and 4 good runs to Williams.
Here is right again. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Moves away, ball to Williams. Williams is hitting this one in the air. Jacob Pauls is moving to his left, and one moment may have been interesting, but realizing that it will not get to him, taking the safer route. Field and send the return. 10 is Williams. 9 is Saunders, who taps away in the maroon helmet. Wait for right, who moves away. Bowl to Saunders. Saunders is back and hitting this one in the air, past mid-on, and into the mid-wicket boundary. Cornish for 4. Oh, they are on the move. Saunders has raced on to 13. 10 is Williams.
The Beamers.
And 25 is Beamers.
Yes, they're certainly motoring along nicely here in just at the early start of the 3rd over. The Razor Massive themselves will certainly need to check themselves in the way they are bowling to these 2 batters. Otherwise, they could be facing a huge total here when they are to chase later through the day.
Well, Tony, I'm not sure why they have man sweeping on the offside and not on the onside, or even pushing that man mid-on back. Push mid-on back or in a corner region. Why do you have the man on the offside? They're not interested in going through the offside right now. They're playing to their strengths. Here is right to Williams. Williams is again. That's exactly what I'm speaking about. That's 4 more. That's 2 forward of square. That goes away for 4 more. That's poor bowling, poor field setting. They should have, for me, Tony, my field would have been the square, the forward of square would be back, and my corner would be back, and force the batsman to go through the offside. Force him to go through the offside.
Well, the line is probably not the right line at the moment, really, and
here is right to bowl to Saunders. Saunders on this occasion is dabbing into one pass slip. He's gonna get 1. So Saunders is on to 18.
18, yeah.
18 is Saunders, and 10 to Williams. 10 to Williams. The score has moved on to 13. Here is right to bowl to Williams. Williams is cutting this one to backward point, can't score. Man, Rogers is on the right on the edge of the circle, because Damian Williams is hitting this ball hard. It is the end of over number 3, and at the end of 3, it is a 30-30 for no loss.
So we're going on a tick of 10 and over, but we've seen some very indisciplined bowling here from the Razor Massive so far. You mentioned about the field setting, but I would want to believe that the right there, who would have bowled 2 overs from the Central Polyclinic end, has not gotten his line as the captain Ashan Hodge would have liked. And if you realize that both Saunders and Williams, they're doing quite a bit of improvisation as well and creating the opportunities to score boundaries on the onside, Millie.
Yes. On the pressure of a final, nerves of a finals. Guess he wasn't preparing to be here, but here he is, and he has to show up for the Razor Massive. Razor Massive, who defeated the Pointers yesterday in the semi-final game. Here is Peters to bowl to Saunders. Saunders is pushing, digging out Yorker. Well bowled by Peters. Getting 1. Rogers does the fielding. Score moves on to 31. And Saunders moves on to 19. 19 it is. 19. 31 for no loss. 31 for no loss. In the course of over number 4, as Peters makes a complete circle and walks away. Then runs into bowl to Williams. Williams is pushing this one to his right, and to the right of Peters, who reached out, a very tall man, and with his reach was able to pull that one in and attempt to run out Williams, but he was right there.
It's a good feeling there to his own bowling there is Peters, really showing a bit of flexibility.
Peters walks back very slowly, almost in a replay mode. Peters walks back to his mark. He turns, walks away, breaks into his run, passes umpire late, bowl to Williams to this delivery. Williams is stretching at one outside the line of the off stump, looking to give himself room, and made daylight between bat and ball. No run resulting, no contact made. 31 for no loss in the course of over number 4. Still very much within the power play, where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And those 2 fielders, we are seeing a man wide long off, and my third man here is Peters to Williams. Williams is flicking this one down to fine leg, and Pauls sends the return and attempted to hit the stumps. Well backed up there by Ashan. Score moves on by 1 to 32. 32 for no loss. Williams moves on to 11. And Saunders, who is on 19, comes on to strike. Saunders taps away. Waits for Peters. As Peters turns, runs away, passes umpire late, bowl to Saunders. Saunders is getting one that he's pushing through to cover. The man moves away from cover point and field, that's right. And Saunders gets 1. He's into the 20s. He's on 20, and the total moves on to 33. 33 for no loss. Peters is bowling to a long on, short mid wicket, a fine leg. Third man in the circle, slip, backward point, mid off. Extra cover, and a man on the deep extra cover boundary. Here is Peters to bowl to Williams. Bowl to Williams. Williams is getting one down the leg side. This is going to run into the fence, go all the way for 4. We wait to see the signal from the umpire. Was it runs as is wides? And it is 4 runs. 4 runs. So Williams goes on to 15, and the total moves on to 37. 37 it is at the end of over number 4, and After comments from the man Tony, the next voice you're going to hear in the hot seat is that of Bryan.
Another good last ball there to end his second over there in the bowler there in Peters, just straying just a little bit down the onside, and the batter there in Williams was able to get a bat onto ball and picking up 4 good runs for his team. What I can say though, Doc, as I say good afternoon to you, Saunders has certainly looked a little bit more composed and assured of himself, as if he wanted to play a very, very long innings today as compared to yesterday.
Yes, it looks like they are also going to have a change in bowling for the Polyclinic, and for the second game in a row, we're seeing Kenroy David in the power play. Usually a death bowler for the Razor Massives, but with the introduction of Jacob Powell to the side, it's allowed David to become a wicket taker of sorts in the power play. And he'll look to get one of these wickets of Saunders or Williams. Saunders is having a change of bat. We'll see if that will lead to any more success, or will it lead to his downfall. He's just had a change of bat brought to him, it looks like, by Giovanni Gums. So as he is 20 from 13, Williams is 15 from 11. Going well, the Beamers. They're going at 9.25 runs and over thus far in the power play. As I'm going to say a good afternoon to Sambo.
Let me say good afternoon to all those who are tuned in onto the cricket here at the JRW. Good afternoon, everybody.
Kenroy David, the right-arm medium pacer, will be bowling over the wicket from the Polyclinic end. Akeem Saunders adjusts his pads and then starts to tap away. David doing a couple stretches, trying to get the back loose. Here comes Kenroy David now into bowl to Akeem Saunders. This one is pitching about the off stump, and Saunders is covering up his stumps well. That's no runner. We know that Kenroy David is not the fastest bowler, but typical of most death bowlers, very accurate, has a very good in-swinging Yorker, and he gets his slower balls right as well. David turns now, breaks into his run, passes the umpire into ball to Akeem Saunders. This one is shorter, and Saunders just punching it off the back foot to mid-on, a misfield. It could have been a close chance, but Sherwin Peters couldn't collect it cleanly. They end up getting a single. Saunders moves to 21. The score moves to 38 without loss here in the course of over number 5. Partnership is 38 from 26 deliveries. Good going thus far by Saunders and Williams. Damian Williams is on strike now. He is on 15 from 11. David into ball to Williams. Williams is covering up once again, and that's going to be yet again no run. 1 run off 3 deliveries thus far. This Kenroy David over. A deep cover and the fine leg. The 2 men are out of the circle. David cannot afford to stray down the leg side. David into ball to Williams. Williams opening the face, trying to guide it. He will get it towards cover and pick up a single. 1 more run to Damian Williams. He's on to 16. It brings Saunders back to strike. 2 deliveries left in this over. Saunders is 21 from 15. Kenroy David turns now from the Central Polyclinic end into his runner, into ball to Akeem Saunders, and this one is whipped away behind the backward square. Keith Harrigan will not get there. That's 4 more runs to Akeem Saunders. Wonderful shot, whipped away behind square, in between the short square leg and the deep fine leg, perfectly placed. 4 runs.
Yes, it was a very good stroke indeed. He leaned into it and flicked it. From the time it left the bat, 4 runs was written all over the face of that ball. 4 runs, well indeed.
And it looks like he is more, Captain Ashawn Hodge is moving Keith Harrigan a bit squarer. Here comes David. Final ball of the over to bowl to Saunders. Slower ball outside line of the off stump. That's going to be no run. Good end to the over. Just 6 off it. It's 43 without loss.
Yes, scoring at that rate will put them in the 150 region to score at that rate all through. There is a very good platform indeed to launch a batting here this afternoon at the JRW.
So after 5, they are 43 without loss, the Stoney Ground Beamers. Going along well there. And there will be a change of bowling now from the commentary box in. So a double change in bowling. Jacob Piles will be coming into the attack. Piles bowled well in the last game, the semi-final yesterday. And he looked to continue his good bowling form here today. Another right-arm medium pace, another guy who bowls good slower balls. It's a very deceitful slower ball. Doesn't get much pace, not the fastest bowler, but again, very accurate, and he bowls to his field well.
You see, that is what you need, good control of your bowlers. Not extreme pace, but good control.
Yesterday, we did not see Akeem Charles having a bowl. I suspect you'll see Richard Burton operating in the power play. Burton, the leg spinner, he's been in very good bowling form and batting form, a man of the match performance in the semi-final. Scoring about 33 odd and being very economical in the middle overs. Suspect we'll be seeing him coming onto the ball not too far from now. This is the final over of the power play. It's been a good one for the Stoney Ground Beamers. They're 43 without loss. Piles, the right-hand medium pacer. He'll be going over the wicket more than likely. It's the right-handed Damian Williams. We're able to get a bit of inward movement with his off-cutters as well as an assistance with the breeze blowing from east to west across the ground. A typical breeze here at the JRWP. Mid-wicket conference between Williams and Akeem Saunders. Richardson behind the stumps now gets ready. He's keeping very close to the stumps, Richardson, because Paz is not the fastest bowler. Paz walks now, breaks into his run into bowl to Damian Williams. Williams is going to drive it straight to short extra cover, where Captain Sean Hodge does the fielding. That's no runner. It's a deep cover, and they long off the men out of the ring. Paul's is going to have to be very much outside off stump. Only 3 men on the leg side. Paul's into ball to Williams. Williams is tugging it into the leg side, where Alkins Rogers is at mid-on. It's just a single. Rogers right on the edge of the circle there at mid-on. Williams trying to tug one from well outside the line of the off stump. Wasn't able to get it off the middle of the bat. 44 now. As it's Akeem Saunders on strike. Pause into ball to Saunders, and Saunders is chipping this one high. It's not gone far, and Alkins Rogers takes the catch. A wonderful catch there at mid-on. Akeem Saunders has to go, and Jacob Pauls has the breakthrough.
Yes, it was a very good catch indeed. From the time it left the bat, he kept his eye on it. It was a very good catch indeed. And Paz has got the breakthrough here for the massive here. A very slow ball indeed. It was no pace on that ball.
Well, it's going to be the captain walking to the middle now. Captain Dion Burton. He was the man who shepherded his team to victory for the most part yesterday in the semi-final. Fell just before his team was able to get over the line, but it was his very sensible innings that got his team to that target of 136, I believe, for victory. He's walking to the middle now to partner Damian Williams. It was that partnership as Saunders trying to go over the leg side. I said that Pauls had to be accurate outside of the off stump. That's exactly what he was. And Saunders trying to manufacture a shot that wasn't there for him. Got a leaning edge straight up into the air.
Yes, you say there is no need for these strokes than working the ball around. Yeah, there was no need for that stroke. Just work the ball around with a lot of gaps. 3 fielders on the leg side. Just work the ball and get singles.
There's going to be Williams and Dion Burton, the partnership that got the team to the final. Will they be able to get them to a respectable total in this final? So a lot of batting to come for the Beamers. Tony Pals, he'll be bowling into Damian Williams. Pals breaks into his run. The ball to Williams, and to the delivery. Williams is back and cutting it straight to cover. Fielding done by Akeem Charles. It's no run. Good over the side by Pals. Just one run off it, and the prize wicket of the inform Akeem Saunders. Here comes Pals once again. Few steps now, breaks into his light jog into ball to Williams. Williams is trying again to tug it into the leg side. Again, not making good contact, but again, he will scamper for a single. So moves on to 45 for 1 here in the course of over number 6. There's a conference going on between Kenroy David and Jacob Pals. So what field he wants to Dion Burton. It looks like it's going to be a long off on the boundary. And a deep cover as well. Those are the 2 men out. They also have 4 men on the leg side this time. Rather than the 3 they had previously, they do have 4 on the leg. Here comes Jacob Pals. Over the wicket to the left-handed Dion Burton for the first time. Burton drives the extra cover. That's no run, and that's the end of the over as well. At the end of the power play, the Stoney Ground Beamers winning the toss, choosing to bat. They're 45 for 1.
Yes, it was a very good over here by Pals, in which he took the prize wicket here and got the breakthrough. But the Beamers are still set on course for a big total. What would be your total?
I think that 140 would be the competitive total on this surface. We saw scores of around 140 yesterday, scores of 135 and 134, I believe, yesterday. Look again at the wicket of Akeem Saunders. It was a change of pace, it looked like, from Pals as well, rolling his fingers on the ball. And Saunders just couldn't time it, just skied it. A very good catch, I must say, from Alkins Rogers. Very, very good catch. As it looks like the leg spinner and Richard Burton will be coming into the attack. It's David and Burton both there. Captain Sean Hodge comes in for comments as well. But it looks like it's going to be the leggy and Richard Burton will be taking up the attack now. Burton bowled very well yesterday. He's pretty much become their middle over specialist. Bowls straight through the middle overs. And he bowls very well. Burton will have a spread field, a deep square leg, a long on, long off, and a deep cover. And now a deep backward square leg goes into place. So a short extra cover, a point, and a third man as well as a mid-wicket, all in the ring for the Razor Massives and the leg spinner in Richard Burton. Burton into his run now to bowl to Williams, and Williams is driving it straight back to Burton for no run. Burton is very accurate, doesn't turn the ball too much, but he's very accurate. Here comes Burton once again to bowl to Williams, and Williams is driving it down to long on. This time he will get a single. Moves on to 46 for 1 here in the course of over number 7. 46 for 1. As it brings Dion Burton to strike. The two Burtons here. As Burton looks like he'll be Richard Burton, that is, looks like he'll be going around the wicket between umpire and stumps. Richard. He's into bowl to Dion Burton. This was down the leg side. It's going to be called and signaled a wide. A wide, the signal there. You have to bowl that one again. Burton to bowl to Dion Burton. This one is off the pad. He was going for a very big heave over the leg side. The ball kept just a bit low, so he couldn't make contact. That's another dot ball to be added to the scorer's book. Run rate has dropped to about 7.23 now. It was well over 9 a couple of overs ago. Richard Burton to bowl to Dion. Dion is driving straight back to the bowler in Richard for no run. Yet another dot ball. Richard. Once again, he's into bowler to Dion Burton. But is clipping it into the leg side, down towards Rolando right at the deep backward square boundary. He will get a single. One delivery left in this over, the 7th over. Just 3 off it thus far for Richard Burton. Got over the leg spinner. Tossing the ball from hand to hand. Now breaks into his unorthodox run to bowl to Williams. Williams just trying to carve it over the offside. The man at the extra cover boundary, and Charles does the fielding. It will be just a single to end the over. And at the end of 7, it's 48 for 1. 49 for 1.
Yes, it was a very good over by Richard Burton here, the leg spinner. And the Beamers are going just about 7 runs and over, 7 sevens, 49 here. They're still on course for a very big total.
They do have a lot of batting left in the shed, as I mentioned earlier. A lot of power hitting left in the shed. They have the likes of Giovanni Gums. They have Shaka Hodge, Mentos, as well as they had Lucien and Colin Heimer.
Yes, still a lot of batting to come.
They even have old Chaperon Rogers. That's going to be Jacob Piles to continue his spell of bowling here from the commentary box end. Piles having his field set. There's no one deep behind square. Very large gap between the deep mid wicket and the short fine leg. There's nobody square of the wicket on the leg side. Only Keith Harrigan, lone soldier behind square on the leg side. So Piles will have to be accurate outside of the off stump. It looks like the man, Alkins Rogers, he's very, very straight here at long on. He's very straight. Now he's being sent a bit squarer. A couple steps to his right. Here comes Piles. He's into bowl to Williams. Williams is carving it, but straight back to the bowler in Piles for no run. Piles is bowling very well. Just conceded 2 runs and has the wicket. Into his second over, Jacob Piles. Walk now into his light jog to bowl to Damian Williams, and Williams is getting a top edge. It's going to fall straight into the arms of Richard Burton at short fine leg. That's the second wicket for Piles. Damian Williams has to go.
You say there was no need for that stroke here. He threw everything at it. Just getting the top edge, and Burton took a very wonderful catch indeed. Just gave away his wicket when he was set to score some runs. He gave away his wicket here at the JRW.
You have to play Jacob Piles like a spinner. You have to play him like a spinner because he bowls at the pace of a spinner and his cutters get the movement of a spinner. It's going to be Michael Palmer, I believe. Michael Lewis, sorry. Not Michael Palmer. Lewis, the new batter. Lewis, he batted very well, opening the batting in the semi-final. He'll be coming in now to partner Dion Burton. Again, a very deep batting lineup for the Stoney Ground Beamers. A very, very deep batting lineup. They are batting all the way through the innings. Didn't even mention they have the man Daniel Durham there. Very powerful strike of the cricket wall, Daniel Durham.
Yes, he is a very good hitter of the ball. When he connects, you know what is the result of hitting that ball.
It flies a very long way. The batter's crossed, so it's going to be Dion Burton on strike. Burton, he's 1 from 4 deliveries. Yet to really get into his innings, the captain, Dion Burton. A very offside heavy field, a deep cover and a deep cover point. Here comes Pauls over the wicket to the left-handed Dion Burton until his delivery. Burton is driving, and it's going to get past the short extra cover and down to long off for a single. The 50 has been raised. It's 50 for 2 here in the course of over number 8. 50 for 2. It's going to be Lewis, on strike. Keep calling Michael Palmer for some reason. Palmer, of course, playing with the Leeward Island under 17s. But it's Michael Lewis who is here now playing for the Stoney Ground Beamers. I was watching the Leeward Island under 17s playing a couple days ago. Palmer scored a brilliant half century. A very, very good knock for young Michael Palmer. But it's Lewis on strike. Piles into bowl to Lewis, and Lewis is looking to pull this one. It's down the leg side, called and signaled a wide. So moves to 51. 51 for 2 in the course of this, the 8th over. It's Piles into bowl to Lewis, and getting one of the off stump. They only got a bottom edge to, and they do get a single as the ball crept away towards a short point region. 52 for 2 now. 2 deliveries left in this over by Piles. It's not been a bad one. He's picked up a wicket and he's only conceded 3 runs. He's 2 for 5, Jacob Piles, bowling very, very well. Jacob Piles into bowl to Dion Burton. Burton is getting a full toss, but he can only play it into short mid-wicket. No runner. He could have tried to put that one away, but couldn't get it over mid-wicket. Only succeeded in hitting it along the ground. Here comes Jacob Piles once again. Right arm over the wicket to bowl to Captain Dion Burton. Burton down the track. Very good bowling from Piles. He put it wide. Oh, he couldn't quite keep it within the wide line. He tried to force it wider to get Dion Burton off his game. And it was called and signaled a wide by the umpire. Here comes Piles into bowl to Dion Burton. But opens the face, guides it down towards a deep cover. They will get a single. That's going to be the end of the 8th over. At the end of 8, the Stoney Ground Beamers, they are 54 for 2.
54 for 2 at the end of 8 overs.
Yes, it was a very tidy over here by Piles, in which only 2 runs came from that over. He is bowling very well, Jacob Piles here. A very good over by him.
Decided to bat. They are 54 for 2.
54 for 2. At the end of over number 8.
Very good wicket prepared by John Jeffers. Very good job.
We've seen the completion of 8 overs. And we are seeing a wonderful trophy here. First place trophy right in front of us. As I say, good afternoon and welcome for the first time to the mic, Emmanuel Fudge.
Good afternoon. Really quite a lovely day for cricket here at the James Ronald Webster Park.
Indeed, it's going to be Burton to continue from the Central Polyclinic end to the left-handed Dion Burton. Over the wicket, bowls to Burton. Burton is driving this one down to a long half. They've gone for 1. That's all they're going to be. As Burton moves on by 1 to 4. And the total moves on to 55. 55 for 2. 55 for 2, Michael Lewis and Dion Burton. The onus is on them to look to rebel to consolidate the innings for the Beamers. Look for at least 140, you think, will be a challenging score in this finals, Ralph?
I figure 150 might be a secure score. 140, well in the works.
It's 55 for 2 as we watch Burton, who moves away to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is coming forward and getting this one off the edge. Goes on to shot a third. Gets 1 as Lewis. Lewis is on to 2. Burton is on 4, and the total moves on to 56. 56 for 2 in the course of over number 9. Course of over number 9 being bowled by Burton from the Central Polyclinic end. Burton again is very unique style as Burton looks to lob this one around wide. Call and signal by the umpire. Umpire Hughes. So he's having fringe there. That's a wide. That's the 5th wide of the innings. Over number 9. Here is Burton. Ball to Burton. Another wide on the offside. One down the leg side. Not getting his radar right at all, Ralph.
Yeah, line bowling to a left and right hander, it could be a little difficult, but we are playing in a day where you have quite a bit of wind too, Millie. That has to be taken into account.
Yeah, it's very windy here at the JRWP. Here is Burton to bowl to Burton. Burton is running this one down to short third. He's gonna get 1 very quickly, and a stronger throw there. A stronger choke could have found the Lewis shot.
Yeah, might have been a bit of trouble, but he was coming forward with the momentum just to lob it. He couldn't get his arms out as wide to get any significant power, and the batsman got home safely.
Yes, it took a long time. A day and a half the ball took to get to the keeper, but in the end Lewis got home safely. Score moves on to 59. 59. Here is Burton, the ball to one that is lobbed up, and he's hit that one. 2 bounces down to long off is Lewis. He gets his 4th run, Michael Lewis. It's a 4 to Lewis. He is on the 9th strike, and Dean Burton is on 5. Here is Burton with the 5th ball of the over to bowl to Dean Burton, who is pushing it straight back down the track. No run resulting. Score remains on 60 for 1 in the course of over number 9. With 1 ball remaining in the 9th over. Burton to bowl to Burton, who is hitting this one down too long off. He's gonna get 1 as looks like Peters comes off at the boundary fields. And the end of over number 9, the Beamer is winning the toss, choosing to bat. They are 61 for 2.
Certainly the 2 batsmen out in the middle, Millie, they are seeking to reconsolidate to get the Beamers in a much more respectable position. The opening batsmen were doing well, playing on a fairly true wicket. The wicket is being played on the 3rd time in some 24 hours, so the wicket will be much more firm than normal. And if Beamers are to make a decent score, we expect that there has to be a partnership, and the quicker it can start, it would make it much better for propelling the innings along.
Indeed. Well, Ralph, so far, Jacob Pearls has bowled 2 overs and has picked up 2 for 7.
Yeah, Jacob is a sort of little tricky bowler. No, nothing magnificent about pace, nothing about spin, but he's somewhere in the middle. Don't get a significant deal of movement, but at times the ball tends to drop out of the air, and you're going to have to be very cautious in playing him. And I think this would be one of the challenges for the Beamers, is to get Jacob Paul off the ball and allow them to go to their 2nd tier of bowlers.
Well, they will have to get to the halfway point and then reassess. Here is Paul's ball to Burton. Burton is driving well, down to long off. They've gone for 1. We'll be looking for a second. They will not get it as Rogers aimed to throw the stumps down. He was telling William Lewis that you can come. I have the ball, you can take the chance. Chance my arm. Lewis was not willing to do so at all. Burton is on 6. Total moves on to 62. Lewis in the maroon helmet. Leeward Island West Indies color. Helmet. Looks wrong. Long on, long off. Mid wicket. Deep extra cover. And man, backward point boundary. Here is Pauls, the ball to Lewis. Ball to Lewis. Lewis gets a full toss and he's hitting it down to the man coming around there from the point boundary. Gets one is Lewis. He moves on to 5, and the total moves on to 63. 63 in the course of over number 10. Beamers winning the toss, choosing to bat. They were at the same, just about the same stage yesterday at the halfway point.
Yeah, well, certainly, nearly every team in this competition so far, this is the range. After 10 overs, you're somewhere between 50 and 70 runs.
Here is Pauls, the ball to Burton. Burton is hitting this one down to backward point. He gets one, looking for a second. It's not there. Charles sends a good return to the keeper. Burton moves on by 1 to 7, and the total moves on by 1 to 64. 64 for 2. 9.3 overs gone. Jacob Paul so far conceding a single in every ball of the over, and that's the way you would have to play him. Play him like a spinner. Be satisfied with one run a ball, you put away the bad ball and look to take advantage from the other end. Here is Pauls, the ball to Lewis. Lewis is coming forward, and when he gets there, he realizes that's a good ball and pushes down on the offside. Ashawn Hodge straightish extra cover fields, no run resulting. Score remains on 64. 64 for 2. And over number 10. Goes off over number 10 bin ball here. Here is Pauls again to bowl to Lewis. Ball to Lewis. Lewis is getting outside the line of the off stump, looking to hit that one through the offside. And Paul's hand goes to head. No run resulting. Score remains on 64. 64 for 2. It's a beautiful day for cricket. It's finals day of the APL season 2. So watch Jacob Pauls again, moves away to bowl to Lewis. Bowl to Lewis. Lewis is again outside the line of the off stump, and a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Over number 10. It's the halfway mark, and at the end of 10, it's Beamers winning the toss, choosing to bat. They are 64 for 2.
No major heroics so far in terms of batting or bowling. The Beamers losing 2 wickets. The score progressing to 6-4, something like 6.4, just under 6.5 runs and over in the first 10. And certainly this is finals, and to make it the sort of match we will want it to be, the batting side will have to put some more runs on the board. And throughout this tournament, we noticed that the second half of the batting has not produced many runs in terms of carrying up the scoring rate. They'll be looking for another maybe 100 runs, because there is the batting there. The pitch is hard and firm. It's a nice day for cricket. Pitch is playing true, so certainly we will await to see what happens. And so far, it is virtually even Stevens at this point in time. And Zulma, a very pleasant good afternoon. Welcome to our microphones.
Good afternoon, Ralph. Good afternoon, radio listeners and the entire media public. It's good to be back here at the JRWP. We're watching the finals. Today happens to be the finals. The Beamers versus
the Razor Massive.
The Razor Massive here at the JRWP. And it's a good time to tell you about our sponsors for this tournament. Sponsors are Jerry Suda and Miha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Nagico Insurance, Carita Walgreen, Lendham, Zemi Beach Hotel, Public Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Keith's Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles, 54 Queen Stream, Radio Anguilla, Pass FM, Lloyd's Live, 97.7 FM Radio, This World, and Lowell Hodge, along with Jacob Gowns, all of those persons and entities who I had mentioned came on board to sponsor this tournament, and it is not too late to come on board and contribute towards this.
So the score here at the James Ronald Webster Park at the end of the first 10 overs, the first half of the Beamers batting 64 for the loss of 2. The openers start quite merrily, picked up two wickets. Some rather careless batting led to the downfall of each of the wickets so far. But now we are going into the determining part of the match where we are facing the second 10 overs for the Beamers, and that will determine where we have to go in terms of a target in the finals. The players have been refreshed after 10 overs. The Beamers in their bright yellow, all yellow, and the Razor Massive in their, I think it's maroon or red. I'm somewhat colorblind, so I might not be giving you the accurate position regarding the colors. The umpires in the match today, umpire Calvin Hughes and umpire Keith Delay. Quite a nice day for cricket, a bit of cloud over the St. Martin area, but nevertheless high up in the air, some bright blue skies, and when we look around down towards the Central Polyclinic area, the bright blue and white, the cars in the parking lot looking across towards the finance area and the new road, and we are virtually ready to start cricket again. And welcome back, Millie.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a change of bowling from the Central Polyclinic end. And again, I'm seeing another bowler bowling a white ball in white sleeves.
Well, certainly that is not in the spirit of the game. You cannot wear white against not have a white background. It's amazing that the umpires would not have picked it up. That is why we are not playing cricket in whites, because we are playing with a white ball, and it's virtually illegal. It's like taking your chances. But once the bowlers will get away with it, Miller, they will try it.
Yes, it's going to be David who is going to. It's not standard. This is David. It's David who is going to be coming from the Central Polyclinic end to left-handed batsman. He's going to be bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Into Burton, we have a third man on the point boundary. Backward point, an extra cover. That's the offside field and a long off. On the onside, a short fine leg, short mid-wicket, long on, and mid-wicket on the boundary. Here is a ball outside the line of the off. That would have been a wide. Oh, why did he even attempt? And they're going to get a single. They're going to get through for one. They are going to look for a second no. But that was a wide delivery. He stretched, got a bottom of a bat to it, and gets himself one run. Total moves on to 65 or 65 rather. 65 for 2 in the course of over number 11. Broughton is on 8. With him is Lewis. He is on 5. Lewis is on strike. Right-handed batsman, Lewis. The field changes over to accommodate the right-handed batsman, Michael Lewis. As a field change. It's ensuring that field is in the position where he wants it. There's David to Lewis. That's down the leg side. They've gone for one. Is it runs? They're looking for a second run. This could be trouble. He gets home well. Very, very easily. Very, very easily. And that's a leg by. Leg by, says umpire Hughes. Total moves on to 67. 67 for 2. Over number 11 in progress. 67 for 2. Michael Lewis, that was very good running, very good understanding. Michael Lewis saw that Rogers had to make a lot of ground and doesn't have the best of arms, and he came back for the second run. Here is David to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is on driving nicely. They've gone for one, looking for a second. No, they're not going to get it there. It's Peters who came off the long on boundary. Fields well, sends the return back to the bowler. Score moves on by 1 to 68. 68. Lewis is on to 6. Beam is winning the toss, choosing to bat. So watch David moves away to bowl to Burton. Burton is dabbing this one straight to point and takes off, gets one. They can be looking for a second. They're coming back for it. And they're going to get it very easily too. And they can get a third. And they're going to get it too. Oh.
Okay,
and they can get a fourth. And they're coming back for a fourth. And they can get a 5th run. Oh, my. A comedy of errors. A comedy of errors. And 4 runs.
Well,
4 runs by Burton. And all this happened in the 30-yard circle.
Yes, certainly not backing up properly. And as you said, Millie, a comedy of errors. There should have never been more than the single in that.
The score moves on to 72. And a ball that was played to the backward point on the edge of the circle with 4 runs.
Don't ask me. Just relax, have a drink, you'll know.
72 for 2. 72 for 2. Burton is on 12. Burton is on 12. Lewis is on 6. As we watch David who runs away past the umpire, ball to Burton down the leg side. Wide call and signal by the umpire. Score moves on by 1. Extras on to 7. Extras on to 7. And 73 is the score. 73 for 2 in over number 11, been bowled by David from the Central Polyclinic end. David turns, that's the way it is. Burton goes on the track and does some gardening. Here is David to bowl to Burton. Burton is advancing and then gets there, realizing that the ball was touch wide. Got a bat to it, but Burton feels well on this occasion. No run resulting. Score remains on 73. 73 for 2 over number 11.
And Burton is advancing a little too early, so the bowler is spotting it and pitching it a little wide.
Indeed. Giving the bowler heads up. Here is David. There's a slow ball. He's running this one to short third. They've gone for 1. Will come back for a second. He's sprinting back. This could be trouble! And it's gone. Suicide second run. Suicidal, and the all-important wicket is gone. The dangerous Dion Burton is run out for 13, and the Beamers has suffered a further setback.
Yes, sir, certainly never a second run in that. Played back towards backward point. The fielder came to his right, and when he was completing the run, the fielder was virtually in the process of picking up the ball. So that's a wicket that could be considered given away on that occasion. There was no need to hustle for the second, and they paid the price, Millie.
Indeed, that wasn't 2 runs at all. That wasn't 2 runs, and in the end, Burton committing suicide. He goes for 13. It's 74 for 3. The Beamers. Durham, the tall left-handed batsman all around now. St. Martin Leeward Island player, walks to the middle to join his counterpart in Michael Lewis, and they will have to now rebel and consolidate and look to bat very deep into this innings to amount a score of respectability.
Certainly there is no element for consolidating now, Millie. You're talking about another 9 overs, 54 balls. So whatever they are going to have to do, they are going to have to be in a haste to do it. First of all, they'll be looking for a total of more than 1 run per ball, and then looking maybe for 7 runs per over, or if they can dare getting towards 8 per over.
Yes, well, not a good judge of a run there at all. Ball was hit to, was dabbed to short third, looking for a second run, and Rogers was quickly off the mark, and Hawley returned to the wicketkeeper Keithstone Richardson, who whipped the bails off, and they saw Dion Burton miles down the track. Here is Jacob Pauls with his final over. So far he has bowled 3 overs and picked up 2 for 10. 2 for 10 from his 3. Jacob Pauls. Durham, Daniel Durham, the new batsman. To Michael Lewis, long off. The extra cover, the backward point. There's a man going into short third. And extra cover, the offside field. On the onside, there is a man on a long on boundary, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and short fine leg. Here is Pauls to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is coming forward and walking that one. On the onside, this could be trouble, and he slipped and was able to regain his balance and got back in his crease. Well, he went turning and really his shoe failed, but was able to get back into his crease, Ralph. Score remains on 74. 74 for 3. 74 for 3. Here is Jacob to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is getting this one off the outside edge. It's running close to the boundary. Is it going to get into the third man boundary? In fact, it does. It goes away for 4.
Well, certainly that was a better shot this time. The batsman opening the face of the bat and just allowing to slide off to the left of the fielder and backward point and into the boundary. And really, I was just contemplating on the wisdom behind bowling out Pauls, is because he seems to be the kind of difficult person if you're going on a run hunt later on. But once you get rid of him, then it might certainly be easier for the other batters.
Well, it might be easier for the other batters, but it may be pressure for the other batters, as they would have to come in and get an immediate start. And so the pressure is all around. It's the pressure of the finals. It's the pressure of the finals. Jacob Pauls, number 7 on his back, moves away in his final over to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is getting one that is cracking away down to the man on the extra cover boundary. They have gone for one. While everybody is going down. The fielder went down, the batsman going down. For the second time we are seeing Lewis hitting the deck. Score moves on by 1 to 79. Lewis is on to 11. Durham yet to face the ball. 11 from 13 is Michael Lewis. Daniel Durham, about 6'2", 6'3", somewhere there. Ralph? Well, about 6'7", somebody said. Oh, he's a very tall man. A very tall man. Field changes over to accommodate the left-handed batsman. Durham taps away. Waits for Jacob Pauls. Pauls walks and then breaks into a jog, bowls to Durham. Durham is pulling this one up back the track on the onside. Jacob doesn't feel it is a Sean Hodge who comes along in the field. A cheatish shot mid-wicket as Sean Hodge. Score remains on 79. 79 for 3 in over number 12. At the end of this over, the next voice you're going to hear is the man Keith Carty. And again, similar shot, very identical occurrence as Sean Hodge fields. No run resulting. Score remains on 79. 79 for 3. Durham yet to score. Durham taps away, waits for Pauls. Final ball of his spell. Picked up 2 for 15 so far. Here is Pauls to bowl to Durham. Durham is driving one. Oh! Lewis was out of his crease. They've gone for one, looking for a second, and it's not on. At the end of the over, the end of Jacob's spell, his bowler spell, 4 overs, and has taken 2 for 16 rounds.
Certainly he has done his work. He has been the tricky bowler in terms of the razor massive attack, and certainly one of the things the Beamers wouldn't want to do today is, like has been done in the past, to lose wickets in a bundle. And most of the wickets going down thus far would have gone down from very careless and unnecessary errors, and they'll be looking for a score somewhere in the 150 region. Anything under that would always be suspect on this firm Webster Park wicket, but it's left to be seen. And welcome, Keith.
Well, good afternoon to you, Ralph. Good afternoon to all our listeners to the feed that we are transmitting here from the Webster's Park in the Valley, Anguilla. Of course, it's the final of the Anguilla Premier T20 League. And of course, this game is between Razor Massive and the Stoney Ground Beamers. And I would predict that we should have a very interesting finish come this afternoon. But at present, the score 80 for the loss of 3, unbeaten so far. Lewis has 11 and Durham has 1. So we're in the course of the 13th over now. And it's going to be, is it Burton to bowl from the far end? And he's going to be bowling to Daniel Durham. Comes up to bowl to Durham. Durham gets the that he goes back to and punches it back over the bowler's head and down to mid-on, where Jacob came off the boundary to do the feeding. Not before the batsman crossed for a single, which takes the score now to 81 for the loss of 3. Durham goes to 2. And as we welcome Renford Kelsick to the microphones.
Yes, good afternoon, listeners, wherever you are. And we are in for an exciting game here, the finals of the 2022 APL. So wherever you are, if you're at home, you come to the Webster's Park, or you can watch on the television. That's YouTube, Mega Charles 54. So check it out, or you come or listen to the radio.
So Burton is going to come into bowl to Lewis once more. The score 81 for the loss of 3 in brilliant sunshine. Here is Morton as he comes up now to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is forward to a flight to deliver, hits it in the air, the catch is taken, dropped there at the backward point region, and they are cross for 1. They are now turning for the second, and that's a woeful miss from the fielder there in that point region. And in the end, 2 runs comfortably had, but when it should have been a wicket coming back to the players' pavilion, Lewis has gone on to 2.
It's a very easy catch. I don't know if he misjudged it or what, but it went in and it was out, and the batters were able to get 2 more runs. Bad miss there.
The total has gone now to 83 for the loss of 3 wickets. The last batsman to be dismissed was Dion Burton. He was run out for 13. Here is Burton now to bowl to Lewis, who's sweeping down the onside, not making contact. The signal of wide comes from the umpire, acknowledged by our scorers. Extras goes on by 1 now to 8. And the score pushes on by 1 to 84 for the loss of 3. So here is Burton from the central Pollock end as he comes up now to bowl to Michael once more. Short delivery, Michael goes back and turns it in the onside. It looks as though Zulma Webster did the fielding, but not before the batsman crossed for a single, which takes the score now to 85 for the loss of 3. And with that, Lewis goes to 14. Ashan Hodge, I'm sorry. Of course, his mom is a Webster. His father is a Hodge, so, you know, what's correctly to get his name correct. So Burton is going to come up to bowl to Daniel Durham. Durham goes back to a shortish delivery, one that kept a trifle low and struck the batsman on his pad and trickled out towards the fine leg region, where the Lanville Harrigan, one of the Anguillan great players, did the fielding, and the batsman crosses for yet another single. In fact, Keith Harrigan looks very much similar. But however, the total advances by 1 now to 86 for the loss of 3. So Keith Harrigan here in that very short third man region. Then there's a backward point, an extra cover, long off, long on the boundary. Dion comes up now to bowl to Lewis, and Lewis hits this in the onside, straight to Ashan Hodge in that short wicket position. Can't score. Should have been looking to do a lot better with that. Lots of gap between, of course, mid wicket and long on, and he chose to pick out the man in that very short wicket region. So the total remains on 86 for the loss of 3. The batsmen out so far: Dion, Damien Williams, and Akeem Sanders. So here is off the back foot goes Lewis and punches it out towards the man coming off the extra cover boundary, and that looks like Charles, but not before the batsman crossed for a single, which takes the total now to 87. And Akeem Sanders, in fact, Lewis has gone on by 1. He has now gone to 15, and that's the latest score after 12 overs. The total 87 for the loss of 3. Beamers batting first.
Yes, another good over here for the Beamers. They're pushing the score along. They're taking their chances, because this is the final of the 2022 APL. They're batting very steady, and Durham, we know, can hit the ball, and so is Lewis. Lewis is a very good stroke maker. But that was, Lewis should have been back in the pavilion, but it's part of cricket. He was missed there. I don't know if the fielder misjudged it or what, but it went in and out, and the batsmen were able to get 2 runs. But all in all, the Beamers are there going gently along.
So we're going to commence the 14th over, and who's the bowler? Is it Ashan Hodge? You go from there. following by an Pavilion end. And he'll be bowling to Michael Lewis. What is the bowler's name? Can you help me with the bowler's name, please?
Orlando.
So Bob.
Orlando Wright.
Okay. So Wright, Rolando Wright will pick up the attack from the player's pavilion end, and it's going to be look like it's bowling left arm between the umpire and the stumps around the wicket to bowl to Michael, who downs the track and drives back past the bowler, and that ball should have been easily stopped, but in the end it was not. The batsman contemplating a second, the feeling from Peters coming off the long on area, and as a result of that the score remains on 1-88 for the loss of 3 in over number 14. And of course the Beamers are batting, they're 88 for the loss of 3. So here is Wright to bowl to Durham. There is a long off, a long on, then there's a mid wicket and a short mid wicket, a square leg right back on the boundary, then there's an extra cover backward point and a man out on the cover boundary. Here in fact now it looks as though Lanville Harrigan is going to go, in fact he's going to come back to the offside of the wicket. So there is no one between the wicket keeper and the man out on the backward square boundary. So can Daniel get the ball in that position? It might be productive. Here is he now to receive. Off the back foot he goes and punches it back to right. He does his own fielding, and I really think that should have been punched away for 1. In fact, the batsman didn't capitalize on the length of that delivery. Wright comes up now to bowl to Durham once more. This time he hits it into the turf and over the bowler's head, and will he be coming back for the second? In fact, Michael Lewis has been slipping and sliding all morning, but Durham has got yet another run which takes him to 3. And the total now to 89. Beamers for the loss of 3 in this the 14th over. So of course you're listening to commentaries of the Anguilla Premier T20 League. Here is Wright as he goes up now to bowl to Lewis, who's splashing outside the line of the off stump, not making contact. The ball is gone through to be taken by Keithstone Richardson. The score is kept on 89 for the loss of 3. Wright turns before us as he goes up to bowl to Lewis once more, and Lewis gets the delivery that he's on the front foot toe, taking the outer portion of the bat. Is going to run down to the third man region, and they are contemplating a second. They will now go for it, and as a result Bales has been removed, but umpire Calvin Hart, standing in that square leg region, said not out. So 2 more runs to Lewis, which takes him to 17, and the score total has pushed on now to 91 for the loss of 3. So 91 for the loss of 3. Renford Kelsick, are you pleased with how the tournament has gone so far?
Yes, the tournament went very well this year. We had some surprises also. You know, one of the things I believe that Tony's going to let us know later on how both teams got to the finals. But what was interesting is that Carty, they raised a massive, they forfeited the match and still reached the finals.
Here is Wright to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is into the sweep shot, not making contact. Umpire signal wide. Extras will advance by 1 now to, is it 11 extras? And the total will go on by 1 to 92. So am I correct with the extras count? So here is Wright as he comes up now to bowl to Lewis once more. Lewis is defending in the onside. Will get an easy one. Good backing up from Daniel Durham. So the single has been comfortably had. He now goes to 18. And Daniel, who has 3, comes down to half strike. The total has gone to 93 for the loss of 3 after 14 overs.
And what we see here, Keith, is that the Beamers, they are contented pushing the ball around, getting the singles. No doubt later on that we will get some fireworks. But so far, they're pushing the score gently along.
Well, what I can tell you, we will have a new champion this time. I think it was the Farrington Blue Jays that won last time around. And they have been the dominant force of cricket in Angola, of course, but they didn't have a too good game yesterday. And in the end, Beamers were victorious in that match. And here they are playing against the Island Harbour Razor Massive. So who's going to win this afternoon? Well, your guess probably as good as mine. So we're asking you to come to the Webster's Park where you can actually be a part of what is happening here. And when we'll be ready to crown this year's 2022 APL T20 champions.
You just said some good words there, Keith. We don't know who will be the champion. As we know, the game of cricket, such a wonderful game, glorious uncertainties.
Well, one would wonder how glorious can it become. We'd have to wait on that. But as I speak, it's going to be Burton to continue from the far end, and he'll be bowling to Michael Lewis, who has 18. Daniel Durham has has 3. So Lewis has 19, Durham has 3, and the total 93. Razor Massive, that is Beamers, for the loss of 3. So here is Burton as he tossing the ball from hand to hand. He'll be on his way to bowl to Lewis very shortly. So he comes up, bowls right arm over the wicket to Lewis. Lewis bounces down the track and hits the ball down to long on. And Peters came off the boundary, did the fielding. The batsman settles for a single, which takes Lewis now to 20, and the score now to 94. 94 for the loss of 3 when they're in the 15th over. And after this, of course, there will be another 5 more overs remaining. So here is Burton as he comes up to bowl to Durham. Durham gets the delivery that he is on the front foot sweeping, not making contact as the ball trickles off his pad down towards the backward square region where Keith Harrigan did the fielding. So 1 more run has been scored. In fact, he might have gotten some bat on that. There's no signal from the umpire. So Durham has gone to 4 and the total to 95 for the loss of 3. So here is Durham. In fact, Lewis looks up and sees that Burton is very much on his way. Left arm, in fact, the right arm leg spinner bowls a flatter, faster delivery, and they are now crossed for 1. In fact, they'll have to settle for the single. I thought if they have tried a second, we would have had another wicket via the run-out route. But Michael has gone to 21, and the total to 96. The Beamers for the loss of 3. Being over number 15. And let's have a look at the field. There is a long off, an extra cover, a cover, then there's a point right all in the boundary. Then there's Keith Harrigan in that short backward square. Here is Durham whipping his ball off the pad out towards, I would say, the man in the cow corner region, Charles the fielder. And he gets in, recovers after an initial fumble, but not before the batsman could have crossed for a single, which takes Durham on to 5. And the score is pushed on to 97 for the loss of 3. Of course, Durham and Michael plays for the very same team in St. Martin, that is the GA Spartans, and they have been the dominant force of cricket back there in St. Martin as well. And here is Burton trying to dislodge one of them as he bowls to Lewis, who gets another full toss and strokes it down towards Peters coming off the long on boundary. He will go by 1 to 22, and the score now to 98. 98 for the loss of 3. And like I said, these two are very crucial players in the setup of the GA Spartans in St. Martin. They would want to be very well the same thing here for the Beamers. Here is Burton to bowl to Daniel Durham off the back foot and grits this off the pad out towards the backward square region, and they will cross for 1, and that's all they will be, which takes Durham now to 6 and the total now to 99 for the loss of 3 after some 15 overs for the Beamers.
Yes, good going again. They're very steady, pushing the ball around and getting the singles because it all adds up, and we have another 5 overs to go. So no doubt the Beamers, and as you mentioned, the key is that both batters, they know each other in the wicket, so they have a good understanding.
So far, there has been running well between the wickets. Michael has been slipping and sliding. I think we've seen him lost his balance about 3 or 4 times, but luckily for him and the Beamers, no one was able to effect a run out, but he would want to remain there. He's on 22, and I think he would want him to bat until the very end. Probably padded to come next would might be Colin Hamer, another player from St. Martin, and no doubt they would want to come over here and give a good showing of themselves, and in the end help the team do something to raise this trophy that I see standing before us here afternoon, Kelsick.
Yes, good trophy in it right here. Don't know who will be the winners, but later on we'll know.
Usually said that a winning team normally goes with the gold. This trophy is a wooden one by the appearance of things. Here is Daniel Durham as he hits us up in the air. Will the catch be taken? In fact, it falls short of the man coming up the wicket boundary, and they're going to cross for 2 now. And in the end, 2 comfortable runs been had by Durham, which takes his personal score now to 8. And the score now to 101 for the loss of 3. So the 100 has finally come for the Sunday Ground Beamers, and they would need to build upon this platform that they have so far.
Very good platform indeed, very good platform, and still some other batters there in the pavilion.
If they can get anywhere in the region of 140 or 150, it should be a challenging score. Peters and company has not really come good with the bat. Here is Wright as he goes up now to bowl to Durham. He's into the sweep shot. This time he's gone for. He split the gap between backward square and wicket across the boundary for 4 runs. And he now goes to 12 with that shot, and the score now to 105. 105 with that shot, and that's a very, very good shot. Well executed by Durham, and the total pushed on to 105 for the loss of 3.
Yes, well executed, and he's tall, he's a tall. And if you pitch the ball there to him, of course, he's going to whack it away. Beautiful shot indeed.
Here is Wright as he goes up now to bowl to Durham. Another shot delivered, tugged in the onside. Will get at least 1. In fact, they might be getting 2. They're going to come back for the second. Will Peters effect a run out? Lewis is coming in, but in the end, gets home in the end. And 2 more runs to Beamers, which takes them now to 107. 107 for the loss of 3. 2 more runs to Durham, which takes him now to 14. And so far this over has produced a fair amount of runs. We've already seen 2 runs and then 4, that would be 6, and now 2. 8 runs so far from 3 deliveries. So can Durham continue? He's a very tall man, and here is Wright as he comes up now to bowl to Durham. Durham goes back and pulls it out towards the man coming in with wicket region, and will they be coming back for the second? No, they have decided against it, and probably corrected so, because that throw would have been spot on. And in the end, 1 more run to Daniel, which takes him now to 15, and the total advances by 1 to 108 for the loss of 3. Durham normally favors the sweep shot, even though he's a very tall man. I remember that from his very youthful years coming here. I think I used to coach those guys, so I would know about them, Kelsick. And it's good to see that he has gone on to be a part of the Leeward Islands franchise team presently. And, you know, we wish all cricketers all the best going forward.
That's true, that is true. We have to do that. We have to give them the support.
Of course, it's going to be Wright to bowl probably the 5th delivery in this, the 16th over. And here is him as he goes in to bowl to Michael Lewis, who has 22. Off the back foot, Lewis attempts a reverse sweep, not making contact. And I think that I normally say that's, I would say, the unfortunate thing for having a TV screen in your home. But again, the game has evolved since then, so you really can't blame him for attempting shots like that. And here he is hitting the ball through the cover region, and they are returning now for the second run. And he has now gone to 24, and the total to 110. 110 for the loss of 3. We're in what, over number 16 now?
The end of 16.
In fact, the over has been completed. So 16 overs are gone, another 4 remaining. Can the Beamers get up to, I would say, at least 140 from here?
Yes, I believe that. Well, from this over, we saw that they were pushing, and they got quite a few runs in this over. So I'm going to leave you now, and Doc is going to take over.
So Kelsick departs, and Bryan is going to be the comments personnel. Bryan, welcome to the microphones. I've been listening to you for a while, and as I told you yesterday, I'm very impressed with the work that you've been doing so far. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. The Beamers, they're off. They've set a good platform for them to explode here in the death overs. Already St. Daniel Durham has started to open the shoulders a bit, started to find the boundaries with a bit of regularity, and he will look to continue that again. They have a lot of power hitting left in the shed. A lot of power hitting in the shed. They still have Shaka Hodge, they still have Giovanni Gums, and they still have the new batter in the man in Colin Eimer. He can strike the ball a fair distance. Was it meant to strike the ball a fair distance? They have a lot of power left in the shed. They have set a good platform to explode really in these last 4 overs.
Well, the batters in the middle, they would want to stay there to the very end. I think ones in the middle already in stride, they would want to bat to the end, and I think that would definitely be something an advantage of you know, having a new batsman come into the middle. But we'll have to wait and see whether or not that transpires. And it's going to be Kenroy David. Is he the captain of this team?
No, it's Sean Hodge, the captain.
Okay, but Kenroy David is the bowler from the far end, seemingly bowling right arm around the wicket to Daniel Durham. These 2 players plays for the same club in St. Martin as well. So, you know, when they meet in the middle as opposition, you know, they would always want to have the better of the other. So there is a long on, there's a mid-wicket, there's a short backward square, then there's a short mid-wicket saving one, then there's a long off, an extra cover point, And a man out on the cover boundary and a man down on the backward point on the third man region. So here is Kenroy David bowling to Durham, who's on the front foot and strokes it down towards Jacob, who comes off the long on boundary. Settles for 1. Daniel now goes by 1 to 16. And the total to 111 for the loss of 3. Beamers after a decent start. Probably they would want to be another 20 runs on at this point in time with the fall of wickets that they've had so far. I think it was Akeem Saunders and Damien Williams opened the batting, and then Burton came at 3. And Burton was the last batsman to be dismissed. He was run out for 13. Since then, Durham and Lewis has joined forces, and they have taken the score to 111 without any further loss. So David is making some adjustments to his field, and all is seemingly set now. So there's a third man, a backward point, an extra cover. Then there's a man out on the cover boundary and a man in long off. That's the offside field. David comes up now to bowl to Michael. He pulls it in the onside. Not with any timing or placement. And that just might be allowing the second run. So good running between Daniel Durham and Michael. Michael has now gone to 26. And the total to 113. For the loss of 3, we in what? Over number
17.
17 overs now. We in over number 17. So after this would be another 3 overs remaining. Here is David from the central polyclinic end, comes up to bowl to Lewis. Lewis gets delivered and he hits it straight into Ashan's Hodge hand at that very short mid wicket. The catch is taken. The wicket has fallen, that of Lewis, and he departs with a total on 111 now for the loss of 4. He is gone for 26, a good wicket for the Razor Massive to get.
It's a partnership of 39 has been broken, a good partnership, 39 from 33. But Michael Lewis has to go. Good field placing. The captain himself and Ashan Hodge, he set himself well there short mid-wicket, and he took a good catch because the ball was swerving a bit. He did close the face on it, so it swerved a bit. But in the end, a very good catch, and Michael Lewis's innings comes to an end.
So he now makes his way back to the players' pavilion, and making his way into the middle is Colin Hamer. And he's one who really strikes the ball ferociously. But he'll have to get himself in a bit, and he'll be joining forces with Daniel Durham as we hear the round of applause going up for Michael Lewis, that is, who made 26. I think it was a partnership of 39 between the two batters. So fair enough. And here is David as he prepares to bowl to Colin Hamer. And Hamer takes his guard. Might have been a centre stump or a middle and leg stump guard from here.
Middle.
And he goes into his stance just about now. And it's going to be Kenroy David to bowl to Colin Hamer. Of course, these two gentlemen, I think they would be what, first cousins. Here is David as he comes up now to bowl to Hamer. Here's Hamer pushing it out in the offside, out towards the extra cover region. And the fielder skipped across his right, prevented the second. But Hamer's off the mark with 1. And the total has pushed on to 114 for the loss of 4. We're in the 17th over. And I think Burton would have made 13. Lewis made 26. I don't have the scores for Akeem Saunders and Damien Williams. And
25 and 20.
So Saunders had 25 and Damien Williams had 20. So good opening performance for both players. And here is Durham as he tugs this in the air. Will Keyshawn get behind it? No, he can't. And the ball trickles back in the onside. Will there be a chance of a run out? In fact, Colin Hamer Daniel gets back home for the second run. So 2 more runs to Durham, which takes him now to 18. And the score has pushed on to 116 for the loss of 4 wickets. And this is 17 over, of course. Razor Massive there in the field. Beamers won the toss and chose to bat first. And in the end, they'll be asking themselves, well, have we scored enough runs? Well, we'll have to wait and see who will win this APTL championship later this afternoon. And here is David as he comes up now to bowl to Durham. The total 116 for the loss of 4. Here's the ball up in the air, and Durham looking for his favorite slug to the outside. Kenroy David using his experience, bowling it just wide of the off stump and a slower delivery as well. And Daniel Durham falling for the trap. So we've seen in this the 17th over, 2 wickets falling, and I don't think that is what the Beamers wanted.
Kenroy David is a wicket taker, and he took the wicket with another brilliant off cutter. He rolled his arms down the side of that delivery, and he got the ball to move a bit off the sub, a bit of off cut away from the left-hander Daniel Durham, and he got the outside edge, and it was an easy catch for wicketkeeper Keithstone Richardson.
Well, Mentos look like it's a new batsman, and he'll be joining Colin Hamer. And we've seen over number 17 comes to an end. So after 17 overs, Beamers win the toss batting first. They are 116 for the loss of 4 wickets. I think Akeem Saunders departed for 27, and Damien Williams departed for 25, Deon Burton for 13, Michael Lewis for 26, and now Daniel Durham gone for 18. And of course it will be Mentor now joining forces with Colin Hamer. So Sherwin Peters is going to pick up the attack from this, the Colin Bino stand end, and he will be bowling to Mentos momentarily. So Mentos is the new batsman. And Sherwin Peters normally bowls a bit of medium pace. He can also bowl a bit of off spin, and he will be on his way shortly to bowl to Mentos. But Mentos is a player who have always enjoyed himself in this game of cricket. Looks as though he's always having fun, and I don't think it will be any different now. So we're in the 18th over. After the 18 will be another 2 more overs remaining. So can the Beamers really press home the advantage, or will Razor Massive continue to go through the batting lineup? Here is Peters, a bit of medium pace as he comes up now to bowl to Mentos. Mentos is whipping this after part out towards the mid-wicket region. After boundary comes Charles, fields well, and only 1 run there will be. So Mentos is off the mark immediately, and the total has pushed on to 117 for the loss of 4.
Yes, and Peters is bowling a lot slower in his second spell. In the first spell, he was bowling a bit faster, and he went for a few runs, was going at about 7.5 in his first spell. So he's toned down the pace a bit, and he's trying to get a bit more accuracy in his bowling.
Well, in fact, Beamers have lost 5 wickets, and has fallen so far. Peters goes to the top of his mark as he goes away from us now to bowl to Colin Hamer. Hamer gets the delivery that he comes across the off stump and pushes it back. Peters has got the hand down, and the ball ricocheted onto the stumps to see the back of Mentos run out, and I think that is probably the most unfortunate way to be out in cricket. Now, you're a young man, I don't know if you ever played, but have you ever been out in that fashion?
Luckily for me, I have not been out in that fashion. I've been on the other end of it, getting a hand to it, and the ball ricocheting onto the stump. But unfortunately, it wasn't Mentos getting out without even facing the delivery. And that's unfortunate, but he has to go, and wickets are starting to crumble just a bit.
Yes, correctly said. I remember getting run out in that very same fashion, batting against, I think it was the Cavaliers Cricket Club from Dominica, where you were playing a match in St. Martin, and Dwayne Elgin was a batsman on the other end, and he's, drove the ball very firm, and I backing up, just ricocheted off the bowler's hand onto the stumps, and that was the end of my innings that day. But here we see the new batsman, looks like Giovanni Gums. Gums is going to join Colin Hamer. The total now 117 for the loss of 6 wickets. So by the look of things now, cricket is a game that we really can't, predict or forecast. But by the look of things now, Razor Massive would really believe that they are back in this game and believe they can go ahead and win this championship.
Well, these two will have to bat out, I must say, and bat for a long period, and bat for the rest of its innings, I would assume. But there is still Shaka Hodge in the hood. He's not had the best tournament thus far, but we know how hard he can strike the cricket ball.
Peters is on his way to bowl to Hamer once more. Hamer is defending a ball in the onside. There's a loud appeal with it, but run out. In fact, Sherwin hits the stumps to see the back of Colin Hamer. So another wicket has gone via the run out route. Hamer played the ball and attempted a single, and the bowler following through picked up the ball and shied at the stumps at the non-striking end, hitting them directly to see the back of Colin Hamer. And that's the end of his wicket, and the total now has pushed on. In fact, it remains on 117 for the loss of 7, and you could not have asked for a better last 15 minutes than what Razor Masters have had, and that's if you're in the fielding position.
They've had a brilliant, I must say, a brilliant set of overs since the water break, really. They've gotten themselves right back into this game, and they've completely restricted the Beamers scoring, and they've picked up wickets now. And from a position of relative comfort, it's starting to look like we're at a point that they could have gotten to about 160 they would want to at least get to 130 the way it's looking right now.
So I think from a position of 113 for the loss of 3, they are 117 now for the loss of 7 wickets. So, and like I said, this game is a game of glorious uncertainties. Now, who would have expected that this would have transpired? But in fact, it has transpired before our eyes. And the reality is that Beamers are 117 for the loss of 7 wickets. So the new batsman, Shaka Hodge, and he'll be doing battle against Peters and company, but it looks as though Giovanni Gums is the batsman in strike. So he's yet to get off the mark. The total 117 for the loss of 7 wickets. And can the Beamers go ahead and bowl? Can raise a massive bowl, the Beamers out. Here is the batsman driving through the offside, not making contact was Gums, and the ball has gone through to be taken by Keithstone Richardson. Some players who, you know, have come definitely a long way. I remember playing, not I playing, but playing with kids who would have come and played against them at various youth levels. It's good to see they're still involved in the game. And Peters turns in the distance as he goes away from us now to bowl to Gums, and Gums is beaten upside the line of the off some foot, neither going forward nor back, and the ball has gone through to be taken by the wicketkeeper. And so Peters so far is in the course of a very economical over. We've seen 2 wickets gone via the run-out route. 1 run in this over. So 1 run has been yielded so far from this over. And the total remains on 117 for the loss of 7. Peters in brilliant sunshine to bowl to Gums, who's staying the ball down towards the third man region. And after boundaries at Lanville Harrigan down there, they're going to definitely go for the second run very easily. And Lanville Harrigan will realize, well, that is Keith Harrigan. Well, okay, there you have it. So Keith Harrigan in the third man region will realize that after one time comes another, and as a result they'll have to give up that second run very easily. So the total has gone to 119 for the loss of 7.
Well,
some 18 overs.
With 2 new batters in the wicket, this is not the position that the Razor Masters would have. Sorry, the Beamers would have wanted to be in at all. They'd have wanted one of Lewis or Daniel Dorm to still be there, and they would have wanted to accelerate, but this is not the first time we've seen something like this. A couple of weeks ago, the team went from 93 for 3 to 99 for 8 or something like that. So this is not a new occurrence here in this APL. We've seen numerous collapses towards the death overs.
Well, that's what the fielding team would want, if you should ask them that. But it's going to be Kenroy David, probably in the course of his last over. Yes. Will be bowling to Chaka Hodge. 2 for 20. And he has taken 2 for 20 so far. So he continues to be very economical. He's always been a wicket taker. And when he gets the opportunity with the bat, normally produces as well. So he has always been a very good all-rounder for St. Martin in particular. And we hope that he is here for the Razor Massive team. So here he is as he comes up now to bowl to Shaka Hodge. Shaka Hodge gets a delivery that he's whipping up the park out towards the backward square region. This is going to run close to the boundary. They are now turning for the second. In fact, the fielders got onto the ball and released it very quickly, but not before the batsman crossed for 2 runs, which takes Hodge to 2. And the total now is pushed on to 121 for the loss of 7. 121 for the loss of 7. So David turns in the distance as he comes up to bowl to Hodge. Total 121 for the loss of 7. Here is Hodge flashing upside the line of the off stump, a wide delivery. So extras will advance by 1 now to, I would say, 12. And the total has gone on to 122. So 122 for the loss of 7. 122 for the loss of 7. So we're in the cool of this Sunday afternoon. David runs in the distance as he comes up to bowl to Hodge. Hodge hits this ball out towards the man coming up the long on boundary. In fact, it falls just in front of him. Peters in the end have chosen to stand back and take it on the bounce. So 1 more run to Chaka Hodge, which takes him now to 3, and the total has gone to 123. 123 for the loss of 7. Of course, it has been a procession of batsmen to and from the Players Pavilion in the last 20 or 30 minutes, really. And I believe that Beamers would have had a fairly decent start to be 113 for the loss of 3. But since then, things have virtually fallen down. Here is David as he comes up now to bowl to batsman. The batsman hits it down to the man coming up the long off boundary and takes the catch. So that's the end of Giovanni Gums, he departs for no score.
Two.
And, for two, sorry. And Kenroy David has picked up yet another wicket, so he might have taken 3 for 20 odd.
3 for 24 right now.
3 for 24, so the total is 123 now for the loss of 8 wickets. And I believe that the Razor Master would really believe that the momentum is with them at this moment, and they would just want to continue and bowl the Beamers out, and then go in and get whatever runs are required for victory.
It's going to be Chapeau's the new batter, and we know Chapeau, he's Mr. Energy, very energetic. He talks a very big talk, and we'll see if he can back it up with the bat today, because his side, the Beamers, will need him to. They are just 123 for 8. David bowling very well. He's been such a good death bowler throughout the tournament for the Razor Massive.
So are we in the course of the number 19th over? Yeah. So after this over, just one more over remaining. So David will be bowling to the new batsman. In fact, they've crossed while the ball was in the air, so Chaka Hodge is still the batsman on strike. Chaka Hodge over the years has been a prominent member of the Leeward Island squad. I remember him being a coach, I think it was, for the Leewards on the 19 team back then. So a player who has immense quality and experience, and now goes into his stance to receive from Kenroy David. So the Sun are really back with us now, and David will continue this, the penultimate over from the Central Polyclinic end. He'll be bowling to Chaka Hodge, comes up to bowl, and Chaka Hodge is getting a little bit that he's pushing off the back foot out towards long off, and Pearl comes up the boundary very quickly, prevented the second run, but the total has advanced now to 124 for the loss of 8 wickets. And it lets Shaka, I mean, that is Chapeau as we normally call him, Ron Rogers. I think he would have the distinction of being the first Anguillian to ever get 100. And I remember Val Banks got 99 here against Montserrat, and then he was run out by Austin White, what we used to call the Whitechapel back then. The bowler running into bowl and just taking off the bails.
Called the man card route now.
Yes, very correctly. So here is Chapeau. So eventually he went on to be the first Anguillian to get 100. Here is David to bowl to him. He's taken on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Up goes the finger. The batsman don't like to see. That brings the end of the Chapeau's innings. Plum LBW, very first ball. And with a total now on 124
for 9.
Ron Rogers departs, and that really spells trouble for the Beamers team.
Well, Chapeau, his innings didn't last too long. He went in there. A very aggressive gait. Went in there walking, strutting, and he's come out strutting as well. That's Chapeau for you. That's Chapeau Rogers. It's faced one delivery, and he's come straight back out.
Well, the new batsman on his way to the middle is Joe Gums, veteran cricketer in the past for Anguilla. At one stage he were a Leeward Island selector at one stage. So they all have paid the dues to cricket, not only in Anguilla but around the region as well. Takes his time as he makes his way into the middle. So in over number 19, and already you've seen 3 wickets going down in this over so far, I think.
2 wickets in the over.
So Kenroy David will picked up yet another wicket. Would have been 4 now.
4 for 25.
25. So of course that's a commendable effort on his behalf, and he'll be backing himself to even get 5 for 25. Is there one more delivery left? One delivery left. And it's going to be Kenroy David to bowl to Joe Gums. So Joe Gums, as I said, taking his time, looks around the field and sees that there is a long off, an extra cover, short extra cover. And then there's a man on the third man boundary, a backward point, long on, short mid wicket, and a man out on the square leg mid wicket boundary, and a man just in that backward square region. Goes into his stats now. And here is Kenroy David as he comes up to bowl. The total 124 for the loss of 9. And Gums is driving outside the line of the off, some not making contact. And that brings up the end of the 19th over. So with 1 over remaining, Beamers, they are 124 for the loss of 9. Chaka Hodge is unbeaten on 3, and with him Gums is yet to score. And that's the latest score here in the APL T20 tournament been played here on the Webster Park in Anguilla.
Well, a brilliant spell of bowling from Kenroy David ends his day with figures of 4 for 25. A very brilliant work by the man in Kenroy David. A death bowler the premier death bowler, I must say, in this tournament. He's been very good picking up wickets all tournament at the death. And he is going to end the tournament on a high with the ball. Kind of do the same with the bat. That's left to be seen. Peters will bowl the final over. Peters, he is bowled 3 overs for 18 runs, has not picked up a wicket just yet. There is only 1 wicket left to get. One of Joe Gums or Shaka Hodge.
So it's going to be Peters to pick up the attack from the players' pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to Shaka Hodge. And Shaka surveys the field and sees there is a man right back on the fine leg boundary, a mid-wicket in place, then there will be a cow-con in place, and there's a long on, a long off, and then there's an extra cover, a backward point, squarish cover, and a man coming in that point position. So Peters will be on his way to bowl to Hodge. Hodge has 3 runs so far, and Gums is yet to get off the mark. We're in this, the final over of the Anguilla Premier T20 League. Of course, this tournament has been going on for, I would say, about 5 months so far. Good to see it coming to an end here today. And here is Hodge driving as the ball comes down in the onside. They will definitely come back for the second here as Burton skips, in fact, Wright skips in and shies at the stumps, but in the end not effecting a run out. So 2 more runs to Hodge, which takes him now to 5. And the total has pushed on now to 126 for the loss of 9. 126 for the loss of 9. So 5 more deliveries left in this over. Peters is on his way to bowl to Hodge, and Hodge gets delivered that. He is swinging to the onside. Will the catch be taken by Wright? In fact, Wright comes around, drops a catch, and the ball beats him, and Kenroy David splits the gap equidistantly and has gone into the corner region for 4 runs. So a bit of comic there. Beaten Wright to his left, to his right, and then Kenroy to his left, and just rolling into the, I would call it the corner region for 4 runs. So Hodge will now go with that 4 to 9, and the total has pushed on to 130 for the loss of 9. So a bit of comic there for you.
Well, right, he's dropped the catch, he's come off the field. Funge has come on to replace him. I think right there for his fingers, they're trying to catch that one. He's dropped 2 catches today. It's been a theme, really. Right, he's not the best catcher of the cricket ball.
Well, Peters is calling Kenroy David to have a word with him. No doubt they want to. In fact, it was only to retrieve the ball, basically. So the cow corner, mid-wicket, and the long on will all remain. And in my view, I think Fungi is a bit wide. Can Shaka Hodge hit the ball straight? He'll definitely find the boundary. But total 130. I predict they should get 140. It is, as I speak, there's a change in personnel. Jacobs is now going to come in the long on region, and Fungi will go in the extra cover position.
Very smart, very, very smart. You want your best fielders in the key positions, and they have Akeem Charles, Kenroy David, and Jacob Pals in the 3 power regions for Shaka Hodge, from square leg all the way around to long on. Very, very smart by Captain Ashon Hodge. And even better, they're putting Fungi behind the point, putting him at 3rd man. So any ball that goes off the outside edge, Fungi is fast, so he will run it down.
Well, we'll have to wait and see whether he's fast enough. Here is Peters as he comes about the bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving, looking to go over the top, not making contact, as the ball has gone through to be taken by keeper Keyshawn Richardson. So another dot has been in our scorer's book. The total 130 for the loss of 9 wickets. Shaka Hodge definitely looking to go for the maximum here. Peters goes away from us to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is swinging this to the onside. It looks as though the ball will go into the stand for 6 runs. So a short delivery, a slow delivery attempted, and Hodge was on the back foot and pulling it very early. He now goes to 9, 10, 15,
16.
And the total has gone to 136. So Hodge has gone to 16. And the total 136. I predicted 140. Can they get up to that 140 mark?
Well, that was a gift from Sherwin Peters. It was slow, but it was short and set up beautifully for Shaka Hodge.
Here is Peters as he comes up now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge gets a delivery that he's hitting high in the air. Out towards Paul's coming off the long on boundary, who holds a very easy catch. And that's the end of the Beamers. And you've seen they have been bowled out for 136. And as we said earlier, very good move from Ashton Hodge to get Jacobs down here. Because had it been Fungi here, you might have had the batsman still running up and down to finalize whatever score they probably could have had. But good performance from the Razor Massive so far to bowl out the opponents for 136 with at least what?
One ball remaining.
One ball remaining. I think they should be complimented.
Yes, one ball remaining in the innings, and the Beamers, they've fallen for 136. A good bowling performance. After the Beamers got off to a flyer, they were going at just around 8.5 in the power play overs, going very well, but yet again we've seen a score of 130 in the middle of the 130s. Yesterday we saw 134, then 135, and today we see 136.
Like I've said, from a position of 113 for the last of 3, things went downhill for the Sunderland Beamers, and in the end they were finally bowled for 136. Good bowling performances came from Kenroy David. I think he would have taken 4 for 25, and Sherwin Peters, I think he would have taken 4 wickets as well for about, I would say, 20 odd as well. So 8 wickets shared between those 2 bowlers. You could not ask for more. So as I speak, the Beamers are already back off the field, and the Razor Massive now are making their way off the field of play. So I would assume in the next 5 to 10 minutes, you can join us back here for more coverage of the Razor Massive's innings.
A full scorecard for you. Akeem Saunders, 25 from 18. Damian Williams scored 20 from 22. Dion Burton scored 13 from 16. Michael Lewis 26 from 28. Daniel Durham got to 18 of 17. Colin Aimer scored 1 from 3. That's where the collapse started. After Aimer scored 1 from 3, Mento scored 1 from 1 where he was run out. Giovanni Gums scored 2 from 4. Ron Rogers scored a duck, a first ball duck. And Shaka Hodge got to 16 from 8. The bowling figures for Yolanda Wright, very expensive. He went for 38 off his 4 overs. Sherwin Peters bowled 3.5 overs, bowled 1 for 30. Kenroy David pick up the bowlers, 4 overs, 4 for 25. Supported well, brilliantly by Jacob Pauls, 4 overs, 2 for 16. And Richard Bob, the leg spinner, economical as always, 4 overs, none for 23.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Beamers all out for 134, and with that we are here to bring you an update about our sponsors. We'd like to tell you that Remington Lake was also is also a sponsor for this tournament, and the Lake World will be sponsoring an individual award to the man of the match for $1,000. That's $1,000. And we'd also like to thank Baker Gum from the Love Charge, Lakes World, 97.7 FM radio, Lloyd's Live, Fast FM radio, Fast FM radio, Anguilla, Kings Street, Megacharge 24, Best Buy Supermarket, Safe Cargo, Anguilla Electronics, Sid and the Keithstone Supermarket, Anguilla, King Ocean, Clifton Magical Insurance, Aurora Resort, Golf Club, American University of Anguilla, Mayhaw J. Suda, and Cheidyn Suda. Those are our sponsors, and we will bring to you live coverage on our next page in just about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Zulma, and to all of our sponsors. As usual, we are so appreciative of the fact that you have taken the time to really hop on board with us to really produce for you this tournament. And we have seen it come to fruition with the finals today. The Beamers versus the Rhythm Massive. We just saw the Beamers scoring 136 all out in 19.5 overs, which gives the Rhythm Massive 137 to be had at the end of this day, and to recover the trophy as well for the 2022 first place championship Anguilla APL. We're going to talk to Mr. Oliver McDonough in just a bit, and on behalf of the Cricket Association, and then we'll have a word with one of the key personnel in this APL tournament, Mr. Alkins Rogers, shortly. We're just awaiting Mr. McDonough to come and have a word with us right here at our microphone. As you hear the music blaring in the background there, this really good day for cricket, good day for good day for cricket. As I say, good afternoon and welcome to Mr. Oliver McDonough. Good afternoon, Oliver. Welcome to the microphones of Class FM 92.9 and Radio Anguilla, as also live stream Mega Charles 54. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Nice to be here. Good afternoon, listen, public.
Yes, and
all the cricket lovers out there. Thanks for tuning in today.
Yes, and you are here on behalf of the Cricket Association, is that it?
Yes, actually, as you would know, that we have just had the elections, and we just had a newly elected board, May 7th.
Yes, can you share some of the administrators on that board? Do you know some of the administrators off the top of your head, maybe?
Absolutely. And a matter of fact, Ann Paul, she remained as chair of the board. Myself, the vice chair of the board. Leon Lake, treasurer of the board. Shivnaran Benjamin, secretary of the board. Ashla White, players representative. Benjamin Hughes, PR, public relations.
Wonderful. And it's been some time that we've really seen cricket being played here at the James Ronald Webster Park with the advent of the 2021 Anguilla Premier League T20 tournament. How instrumental was the Cricket Association playing a role in bringing that on stream to have cricket playing in Anguilla again?
Well, I have no doubt that they were involved, and obviously you would understand this is the second tournament of the APL, and the board has been newly elected, so I would want to believe that the farmer committee would have been very much involved and assisting with this tournament, or playing a role with the APL group to pull out this tournament.
What is the new association looking forward to going into a new term? What are their plans for cricket and the development of cricket here in Anguilla, especially here in Anguilla?
Well, obviously that is the responsibility of the Cricket Association to ensure to develop and promote cricket on the island. And as you would know and appreciate that the pandemic for some reason has set back not only cricket in Anguilla but in the region over the last couple of years. So we're now getting involved. We got a better understanding of what is going on. And for short-term goal, we do understand that first of all, we must really give thanks and appreciation for the APL for really keeping cricket alive here in Anguilla. We believe that without this APL tournament, we are not certainly would have been of the last couple of years. It appears to be a very successful tournament. Last year, obviously, was exciting. This year is even more exciting. I wouldn't talk much about my team, as you know, I'm part of a setup. But at the end of the day, the short-term goals for the Cricket Association going forward, we must work together for what we have here right now, and we believe that this is a platform that we can certainly take advantage of to advance the short-term objectives and development of the game. One of the areas that we believe that, you know, in order to ensure that cricket is developed to the level that is required on the islands, that you have to carry it back to the primary schools. And that is one area that we're looking at. There's a little bit I'll share with you about that, but that's definitely, we're hoping that we can get it back in all 6 primary schools, to include the secondary school for sure. We're hoping right after this tournament we can probably start a league that will include, I'm hoping that we can get 3 to 5 teams registered, and I'm hoping those teams can play that league locally. And as you would be aware that there's usually a regional league amongst the regional islands, St. Martin, Anguilla, St. Kitts, Nevis. For the last 2 years, that tournament have not taken place. That tournament is now scheduled to take place this October. So Anguilla must prepare and be ready for national side to compete in that league for sure. That is what we're hoping to do. We're hoping starting this semester, if we can negotiate with the Education Department and the Ministry of Sports to see how we can work together to put cricket back in the primary schools. We believe that is where cricket belongs, and that's where it should start in order to develop and ensure that cricket is sustained. For years we have not done that. I shouldn't say we have not done that, but we have not paid enough attention to that. So now we believe with some opportunities that was given to us over the last few months, I should speak about I should say then that I was lucky enough to receive a container of gear, cricket gear, from a club in the UK, Lord's Tavern. Lord's Tavern, I think is the name. And we have sufficient gear to probably suit all 6 primary schools at all ages, and probably more for the islands as well. So with that in itself, we believe there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to develop cricket to the level that we wanted to see it played in Anguilla. So that's been a great gift from Lord's Tavern. We really want to, you know, Ann Edwards and Paul, I'm sorry, the former president, she's very much instrumental in that. And a few other persons that was involved in the board have been very much involved in sourcing that gear. And we believe that gear is going to help us quite a bit, you know, in advancing cricket forward. Yeah.
Well, we want to thank you, Oliver, because, and we'll talk more about this. I'll give you an invite to Sportsmen in Sports. That's good for you in Radio Anguilla each and every Wednesday evening, hopefully after the festive season, and we can discuss further the plans of the Cricket Association with the newly elected board, and what are their plans going forward to better the cricket playing here right here in Anguilla. We are just about getting ready to start the second half of this this encounter here with the Razor Massive. They have got 136 runs, 137 if they really want to put their hands on the trophy. As I say, good afternoon again. Welcome, Millington. We've got a good match on our hands here this afternoon.
Indeed, and something that you may not have realized, Stoney, we started at 134 semi-final number 1 yesterday. Then we went to 135, and now we are up to 136. Yeah. Well, are you a betting man, Tony? 137 to get. 137 is what the Razor Massive will need if they want to overhaul this total. The opening batsman for the Razor Massive is Sherwin Peters. Sherwin Peters, and with him, his partner is Colin David. So it's going to be David David is going to be at the non-striker end. It is going to be Daniel Durham, who will be starting a tall left arm orthodox from the Central Polyclinic end. He will be starting for the Beamers, and to battle for the Razor Massive, it's going to be Sherwin Peters. Sherwin Peters, the right-handed tall middle order batsman for the Leeward Island. St. Martin, Leeward Island, all around there. Very interesting target this is. Here is Durham, left arm around the wicket to ball to Peters, Peters to this delivery is looking ready for aggressive shot outside the line of the off, some ball coming off the under edge and trickling out to man at straight to check cover, no run resulting. 137 is the target. Here is Durham to bowl to Peters. Peters is getting one off the inside edge. They're going to throw for a quick single and will get it to keeper. Getting him moving away, sending the return, whipping the glove off very quickly, but was unable to hit the stumps directly. So Peters is off the mark, and there is a massive is up and running, and they're one without loss. And over number 1 being bowled by Durham from the Central Polyclinic Inn, looking to dismiss one of these batsmen very early. 137 the target, 136 scored by the Beamers. Winning the toss, choosing to bat. Here is Durham to bowl to Colin. David is getting this one off the inside edge. Again, similar shot and similar result. Good start by Durham. 1 to David, 1 to Peters. It's 2 for no loss. 2 for no loss over number 1 with 3 balls bowled so far. Here is Durham to bowl to Peters. Peters is getting one. He's not sure about that one, and that man needs to be shorter. That man needs to be closer in, and that is Renford Rogers. I think that he needs to be a little closer in there at backward square. Peters gets his second run. Razor Massive gets their third run. Here is Daniel Durham. Pass umpire Calvin Hughes short, and he's punching this one well down to extra cover. Giovanni Gums comes off the boundary, sends the return. Total moves on by 1 to 4, and David moves on to 2. Both batsmen are in 2. It's 4 for no loss. Razor Massive in their first final, season 2. Here is Durham to bowl to David. David is getting one off the inside edge and off the pad, and that's Peters rather. It's Peters. The end of the over. A good start by Durham, and at the end of 1, Razor Massive in search of 137 for victory. They are 4 for no loss, Stoney.
Yes, a good start there by the Beamers, the Razor Massive. They will certainly have to be very watchful of these bowlers from the Beamers team, because they can be very miserly at times. You have the likes of Joe Gums. You've just seen Durham bowling his first over, well on target, not giving anything freely away to the batters that are there so far. And so in order for the Razor Massive to really accumulate these runs, they'll certainly need to watch every ball and play each ball and its merit.
Yes, 137 minutes. Sound like a lot of runs, but we've seen it yesterday at 135, 136 was a bit too much for both teams to chase, and so today we are. Well, 136, 5 was chased by the Beamers, but 135 was too much to get by the Pointers. It's a 4 for no loss. 4 for no loss. Giovanni Gums will pick up the attack from this the Commentators booth end with the score on 4 for no loss. And over number 2. He's going to be bowled by Giovanni Gums in a mid-wicket, mid-on, short fine leg, short third man, backward point, cover point. Man sweeping on the outside. Here is Gums, a full toss, a no ball that goes away for 4. Not a good start. Not a good start. And it must be called, isn't it, a no ball? It's a no ball, single, and 4 runs. So 5 runs. 5 runs. Just 1 over ball so far. 1 over on the ball so far, and it's a 9-4, no loss. It's a dangerous ball. Ball there by Giovanni Gums. So it's going to be a free hit for David. Yet to bowl a ball and 5 runs has come off the over so far. Already tapping in the first over. Here is Gums to bowl to Colin. Colin is David. That's a good feeling there by Michael Lewis. 1 more run to the total. The score moves on by 1 to 10. David is on. David goes on to 7. 7 is David. Brings Peters. Sherwin Peters on strike. He is on 2. Peters on 2. David on 7. It's 11. It's 10 for no loss. 10 for no loss. There is 1 around down the leg side and a wide call and signal by the umpire. Giovanni Gums not getting it right at all. Radar. It's off the radar, and Giovanni Gums is saying that one came off the pad, umpire. That one came off the pad. That wasn't a wide. But the umpire saw it differently and says that's a wide. Score moves on by 1 to 11. Need 136 at a run rate of 6.69. Here is Giovanni Gums to bowl to Peters. Peters is in this one, down the ground. And coming around the boundary is Durham, who sends the return, gets 1. It's Peters, he moves on by 1 to 3. And the total moves on by 1 to 12. A 12 for no loss. Over number 2. In search of 137 for victory. They raise a massive and to raise Covington title of APTL, Anguilla Premier League, T20 League. Season 2. Here is Giovanni Gums to bowl to David. Bowl to David. David is coming forward and pushing in the offside. He's going to get 1 extra cover. That Williams. Total moves on by 1 to 13. David is on 8. 8 is David. 3 is Peters. Taps away. Waits for Giovanni Gums. When he gets there, Peters is hitting this one down to mid-on. They're going to get 1. Shaka Hodge moves away to his right. Sends the return. Can't stop the 1. Can't stop Peters from moving on to his 4th run. It's 14. 14 for no loss. 14 for no loss over number 2. Here is Giovanni Gums to bowl to David. David is hitting this one to the right of Shaka Hodge and down to the long off boundary for 4. Ball was hit away down to long on and it goes away for 4 runs. Very expensive over here. David moves to 12 and the total moves on to 18. And the second over has yet not been completed, Tony.
He's only bowled 5 balls so far.
Conceded 14 runs.
Yes.
14 runs so far off. This is the second over. Very expensive over. A very good start by Razor Massive. 18 for no loss. Here is Gums. Field changing there. Here is Gums to bowl to David. Bowl to David. David is pulling this one. 4 runs. Good looking shot. Shot and held over square leg. 1 bounce into the boundary. It goes away for 4. And a very expensive over in which we saw some 18 runs. And the Razor Massive has raced on to 22 for no loss after 2.
Yes, and certainly Giovanni Gums will want to forget about that over there. Didn't start as well as he would have liked, and like he did yesterday when they played in the semi-finals against the Farrington Super Sixers, giving away quite a number of runs, some 18 runs coming in that over there for Gums. and certainly not the way the Beamers would want to start in defending that 136 runs that they did posted for the Beamers. So far, 2 overs been bowled, 22 going at 11 over. The Beamers, on the other hand, they scored 7 from their first and were 16 from their second, and so 6 runs difference. They'll certainly want to do better than that.
Yeah, he's doing to Peters. Peters is looking to drive. Ball coming off the outer portion of the bat and trickling out in the offside. No run resulting. Score remains on 22. 22 for no loss. In the course of over number 3, been bowled by Doran from the Central Polyclinic end. Here is Doran to bowl to Peters. Bowl to Peters. Peters is driving. Doran fields. No run resulting. Score remains on 22. Doran continues to be tight. 4.2. 1.2, considering some 4 runs up to this point. Doran to Peters, bowl to Peters. Peters is driving well, and he's going to get runs here. They've gone for 1. This is going to get into the long on boundary 4 runs. Wonderful shot there. Wonderful shot by Peters, and it goes away long to long on, the vacant long on boundary 4 runs.
We've certainly seen a different type of Razor Massive yesterday and again today. They have certainly came to the party to really put their hand on this trophy, Millington.
Indeed. 26, they have raced on to 111 to get from 105 balls at a run rate of 6.54. Here is Doran again to Peters. Peters is driving and knocked down by Doran. Well done there by Doran. The farm orthodox. No run resulting. Score remains on 26. 26. And over number 3, here is Doran to bowl to Peters. Bowl to Peters to this delivery. Short and pull. Pull well, 4 runs. Well, the Razor Massive means business. They have raced on to 30, and we have not yet to see the end of over number 3. Oh, this is good going. This is very good going. Razor Massive, David and Peters, no nonsense batsmen, and they are on a mission. 137 the target. Here is Doran to Peters. Peters is again hitting this one, but straight to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. It's the Joe Gums who fails. No run resulting. The over coming to an end. And at the end of over number 3, the Razor Massive in search of 137 for victory. They are 30 without loss.
Just continuing with the momentum, the Razor Massive, Millie, when they were in the field, having been able to contain the Beamers. At one point, the Beamers were 113 for 3, only managed to score an additional of some 33 runs well, not 33 but 23 runs to get to 136, and just carrying the momentum. We can see here these 2 batters really are taking up the mantle here in making a good chase at the score that's been set to them. We've seen here that has prompted a bowling change, and they certainly will want to be doing better, the Beamers, if they really are to defend the score that was set by them.
Well, it is going to be the spinner of Amar. Colin Amar is going to be taking up the attack from just the commentators both end. Spinner, and when he is pitching, he can be a handful. Amar, even with the new ball. Colin Amar is going to be bowling to David. Bowls very fast as a spinner, Colin Amar. Is it your first time seeing Amar?
Yes,
indeed. Well, I know Amar for eternity. Yeah, really hard competitor, tough competitor. Colin Amar. Never say never. Never die moment with Colin Amar.
Leaking 10 runs and over so far, so he'll definitely need to be spot on from ball 1, Millie.
Indeed. And the spinner will be taking the ball away from the right hander. And we wait to see. Colin Amar to bowl to David. Moves away, ball to David. David is driving well. 4 runs. That one got there very, very quickly. And Colin Amar. First ball. David said, welcome to the crease. And you are going to be no different. Well, that's a lovely shot.
And Ron Rogers, not the fleetest of player out there. And we've seen where that has prompted a change. And changes there with the slower fielder there in Ron Rogers. But again, greeted with disdain there, David, and that first delivery there from Amar.
It's going to be Colin Amar again to bowl to David. Moves away, ball to David, a slower ball. He's driving again. He's going to beat the inner ring. Goes out to the man sweeping. Gets 1. David moves to 21 and brings Peters, who is on 12 on strike. The score has raced on to 35 in the course of over number 4. What a platform being set here by David and Peters. We saw this kind of start in the final preliminary game against the same opponent. And they are picking up from where they left off. Here is Amar to bowl to Peters. Bowl to Peters to this delivery. Peters is going across the wicket and helping it. And it's going to go away over the vacant mid-wicket area. That goes away for 6. And
well,
the race is on.
At 11.71 runs and over.
41.
We might be well out of here before quarter past, Millie.
Well, this can be a very early evening. 18 is Peters. Here is Amar to bowl to Peters. Bowl to Peters. It's hit down to extra cover. 2 bounces down there to Saunders. Sends the return. Score moves on by 1 to 42. 42. Peters moves on to 19. 19 is Peters. 21 is David. It's Peters. 21 from 8. 19 from 4 is Peters. This one is a play there to backward points. Short. It's David. David moves on to 22. 22 is David from 9 balls. 22 from 9, David. 19 from 14 is Peters. Here is Amar to bowl to Peters. Bowl to Peters. Peters is leaving this one outside the line of the off stump wide. Call and signal by the umpire. Total moves on by 1 to 44. And Tony, if they continue, we are going to be out of here in very quick order. Indeed, here is Amar to bowl to Peters. Bowl to Peters, who is it is one onside. I know good feeling there by Michael Lewis. And Mintos cleans up at the end of over number 4. It's a 45 for no loss. And after comments from the man Tony, the man Shane is going to be your next commentator.
Thank you, Millie. And the Beamers, they might want to look at maybe another change in bowling, possibly Shaka Hodge, maybe Joe Gums, just to stem the flow just a little bit, just to change things up a bit, because we have seen here where these 2 batters are really going great guns and has really given themselves a launching pad to really get to this total quickly. As I say, good afternoon, Shiv, welcome once again.
Good afternoon and welcome. It's a very brilliant start there by the Razor Massive. Oftentimes we see teams take it too slow in the beginning when chasing low totals, but the Razor Massive in a no-nonsense mood. Some 45 runs in the first 4 overs of the power play and yet to lose a wicket. And they have the man showing Peters. We know how destructive he can be. He's shown that in a must-win game against the Beamers.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago, some 60-yard runs he scored, and his partner Kenroy David is going along nicely. Some 22 runs of 9 deliveries.
Yes, and they've certainly acquitted themselves well from yesterday, as we would have seen here, into today. We have seen where they would have taken their momentum, especially in the latter part of their bowling innings, where they were able to really contain the Beamers. At one point, the Beamers were 113 for 3 and could only get to 136, and they have just brought the momentum into their batting, and they're going great guns.
Yes, certainly, and the pressure is certainly on the captain of the Beamers team. You see another bowling change is going to be the man Wazim Mentos from the Central Polyclinic end, going to begin his first over. He'll be bowling to the destructive Sherwin Peters, who's on 20 of 15 deliveries. Just getting in, shifting gears now, Peters, getting in that 5th gear mode, and Mentos tossing the ball from hand to hand. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Peters, who is just knocking that one back down. He's going to get a single on the long off boundary. That's all they're going to get. Score moves on by 1. The Beamers employing a pack offside field. The fielders out in the power play, the long off and deep mid wicket, so the deep forward mid wicket. Mentos to continue bowling. His second delivery, he's going to bowl to the man Kenroy David. David looking in a good mood today. Here is Mentos, goes past the umpire, bowls to David, who is just looking to work that one down the leg side and struck on the pad. An interesting thing here to notice is that the other bowlers who bowled, the spinners, they were trying to put pace on the ball. Mentos is just slowing it up a bit. So far, a dot ball, a red dot delivery. Here is Mentos again. Goes past the umpire, bowls to David. David looking to tug that one away into the leg side. But again, no pace on the ball from Mentos. And it's proven to be effective. So if he could sort of pull back the innings, and we know these two guys, even if they're going at this rate, they're going to want to keep on going. So that could build a bit of frustration and probably get the first wicket.
Certainly.
Here is Mentos again. Goes past umpire. Bowls to David. David looking to hit into the leg side again. This time he makes connection. That's going to go pretty close to the boundary. The man Ron Rogers is in the chase. The ball is slowing up, and Ron Rogers, and he pulls it back, and he cannot stop the batsman from coming back for free. But that's an all-important 1-run save by the man Ron Rogers, and that could prove to be a very important run in the end of the game.
Well, I think what really saved Ron was actually the outfield, really. Slow that one up. Had the outfield been a lot, well, we have gotten some showers, and the heavy, the thickness of the grass really helped Ron in pulling that one back.
Certainly. Here is Mentos again. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Peters this time. Peters is hitting that one over the man there at the mid-on, and it's gone into the boundary for 4. A lovely shot. Mentos coming into the upper half of the batsman, and his simple pickup shot over the man at mid-on, and it goes into the boundary for 4.
Yes, raises the 50-53, 4.4 overs at this rate. They are going at a rapid rate here this afternoon. They are not allowing the bowlers to settle at all, taking a liking to all of the bowlers that have really been presented in front of them here, and serious spot of bother the Beamers are in at this point.
Yeah, the Beamers in a serious spot of bother, but it's overused. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and a wicket or two could change things in a hurry. We know Razor Massive depends heavily on the top order. Seen that yesterday as well. Here is the man Mentos, and goes past the umpire, bowls to Peters in the half again, and this one is gone. Is he gonna go all the way for 6? Yes, it has, all the way for 6. A wonderful pickup shot from the man Sherwin Peters. Mentos just over pitching slightly, and he hit that one straight for 6.
Well, you did mention that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and certainly we have seen that across the tallies. We've seen it even here locally, but with at the rate that these two batters are going, Razor Massive, we know they bat pretty deep with the likes of Burton and Pauls as well, having given this solid platform of 59 after 5 overs. I'm certainly sure that they will be well on their way, and we would have to see a bowler the likes of Shaka Hodge or Joe Gums in order to really contain these batters here because they're really in full flow?
Well, last time the Beamers met with the Razor Massive in a must-win game, it was the man Joe Gums who pulled back things for the Beamers. But is it a moment of too little, too late? With this flyer we see here, some 59 runs in the first 5. Last over of the power play, and the leg spinner is going to continue. It seems. Yes, it's going to be the wrist spinner, the man of Colin Hammer. First over went for some 15 runs. But he will be bowling to Kenroy David, turning the ball away from him. A slip is employed. And Ema will continue. Here's Ema. Goes past the umpire, bowls to David, and it's going to be a dot delivery. Not fielded cleanly by Mentos, but the batsman wasn't able to cross through for a single. Good afternoon to the man Sambo.
Let me say good afternoon once again.
Here is Ema. Goes past the umpire now, bowls to David. That one he's shouldering. It's going to be a wide call and signal by the umpire. And that will move the score up to 60 in the course of over number 6. Ema really needs to find his reader right in terms of line and length. Here is Ema, goes past the umpire now, bowls to David. Shot delivery, and that's tugged away into the leg side. And it's raining boundaries here at the James Ronald Webster Park. And it's another boundary for the man Kenroy David.
You see,
wonderful shot. A wonderful shot. And that's gone into the boundary for 4. We know a leg spinner can be very effective, but the margin for error is so narrow for them. Sometimes they just go too short, or a fraction too full. On this occasion, he was too short.
Yes, and it was dispatched into the boundary for a wonderful 4 here. The Razor Massive is doing very light work of the Beamers right now.
Here is Ema again. Goes past the umpire, bowls to David. This time it's a fuller one, and David looking to make a big heave down the ground, only managing to get an inside edge onto the pad. And it's a dot delivery, no run resulting. The Beamers certainly need of a wicket. Here is Ema. Goes past the umpire now, bowls to David again. Shot delivery, and that's pulled. The fielder thinks he's in business, but that's gone straight into the stands. And the Razor Massive fans are loving it here. Very short delivery, a nothing ball really. And David just saying, I'm going to take full advantage of that.
Yes, he just said, thank you very much. And into the boundary for 4. For 6 runs. It was a very thank you ball here. Just thanks, and delivered it into over the boundary for 6.
Seems that we have Christmas early here at the James Ronald Webster Park. A lot of gifts. And Ema will continue. Goes past the umpire now, bowls to David. Fuller delivery, and that's a better delivery, and it still can't stop the single. David making enough contact here to just get a single. So the scorecard keeps on ticking, and every single is putting pressure on the Beamers. Not a very big total at all. Some 137 the target. And the Razor Massive already 71 without loss in the course of over number 6.
Yes, it's a good rate here of 12.17 runs per over. That's a very healthy rate.
Here is Ema again, goes past the umpire, bowls to Peters. This time Peters, big heave over top edge, and it's going to go over the man there, backward point, running pretty close to the boundary. The man Baban inside, and goes into the fence, and another boundary to bring up the end of the over. It's 75 without loss at the end of over number 6.
Yes, it's a very expensive over indeed here. We are having early Christmas here by the Razor Massive. They are given gifts, and it is raining 4s and 6s here at the JRW. What a lovely day to watch cricket here at the JRW.
In the power play, The Razor Massive scoring some 75 runs and not losing a wicket at all. Chasing a total of 137 runs. Certainly putting back a lot of pressure on the Beamers. The Beamers gonna have to pull the rabbit out of the hat. They're gonna have to do something special, and it has to come from somebody. Is it gonna be the man Shaka Hodge? Is he going to pick up the bowling from the Central Polyclinic end? Will Shaka Hodge be the one to break this partnership and put the Beamers in a comfortable position?
Well, Shiv, they need some magic right now from Shaka Hodge. The extra magic, the golden arm. And we have not seen Joe Hodge as yet.
Joe Gums?
Joe Gums as yet.
Well, indeed, but we know the man Shaka Hodge he's pulled off every trick in the bag, and he will. The non-striker himself will have to stay in his crease, because we see him pull that trick off in yesterday's semi-final as well. He's a real competitor, and it's the end of the power play, so he's going to employ a few fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Looks like it's going to be a man under long on, long off, a sweep on the offside, deep mid-wicket, and just a few changes here, a man on the square leg boundary as well. So it's really interesting to see how these two going to go, the approach after the power play.
Well, the field is spread now, so let us see what happens.
Here Shaka Hodge goes past the umpire, bowls to David, and he's looking to hit it, and it's going to go behind square, and Ron Rogers in attendance. A very good job from Ron Rogers there, and the batsman only getting a couple of runs. Very good fielding there, cutting off that boundary. So certainly the Beamers are still saying they think they have hope. They're not giving up as yet.
Yes, it was a very good fielding here on the boundary. Very good by Chapo on the boundary here.
Here's the man Shaka Hodge again. Goes past the umpire, bowls to David. It's a shorter delivery, and it's a dot ball. Very, very, very good start from these two. Some 77 without loss in the course of over number 7. Here is Shaka Hodge again. Goes past the umpire, bowls to David. It's just easing that one backward point and getting an easy single. So as long as the Razor Massive keeps the scorecard ticking over, they're already in the driver's seat.
Yes, it's an easy win for Razor Massive at the rate they are going. 12.5 runs per over. That's
easy work. He's going to bowl to the man Sherwin Peters for the first time. He's making a few final adjustments to his field. Here comes Shaka Hodge again. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Peters. Peters is a big heave, and that's in the gap, and that's in the boundary. 4 runs. Shaka Hodge slightly over pitching on that occasion. And we know the man Peters, if you ever come in his half, he's going to take you on. Both batsmen on now on 39 runs. And interestingly, both of them on 39 of 20 balls.
Yes, 39 of 20 each. That is very good going here by Razor Massive. 12.9 runs per over.
Razor Massive only requiring some 55 runs. Here is the man Shaka Hodge again. Goes past the umpire, and he's bowled that one. It's going to be a quick single. Very good understanding by these two batsmen, realizing that every run is going to put pressure on the Beamers, and taking full advantage here. Here comes the man Shaka Hodge again. Goes past the umpire, and he's chipping that one down. It's in the air. Fielder settling under. Field, and it's gone all the way for 6. All the way for 6. And that brings the over to an end. Huge 6.
You see, I would not want to be out here on the fielding team right now. It is a lot of pressure. Raining 6s and 4s here at the JRW. Razor Massive is making very light work of Beamers here this afternoon.
In fact, the Razor Massive 89 without loss at the end of over number 7. 89 without loss at the end of over number 7. The man Kenroy David on 45 and Sherwin Peters on 40.
You fancy your team this afternoon?
The Razor Massive?
Well, I was back in the Beamers at the start of this game, but I have changed opinion right now.
Well, I think it's a little bit too late for that now, Sambo. You can just jump on the winning team. You're going to have to take that one. And it's going to be another change in the bowling. The man, Joe Gums, also known as Baba, he has the golden arm. He's been able to break crucial partnerships. But is it a bit too late for the man, Baba? Is it a bit too late for Joe Gums and the Beamers? Showing Peters on strike. And just a few changes in the field. Here comes Joe Gums, tossing the ball from hand to hand. Goes past the umpire right now. Bowls to Peters, who's tucking that one into the leg side, and is only going to get a single. The man was a Mentos coming across there from the fine leg boundary in attendance.
Yeah, Joe Gums is a very good veteran spinner. I have seen him over the years with the Masters team, a very good spinner indeed.
Good spinner, Joe Gums. He will now be bowling to Kenry David. David, a very powerful built batsman. Here is Joe Gums. David coming down the track, it's in the air, and that's going to fall in no man's land. No one is going to get there. The opportunity presents itself, but it falls in no man's land, and the batsman comes through for a couple of runs.
Yes, that was a chance here, and no one committed themselves to take that catch here. No one committed themselves. It fell and bisected both fielders and fell in the center of them.
Here's Joe Gums again, goes past the umpire, bowls. It's in the air again. This is another opportunity. The man coming in, and it's gonna fall in no man's land again. With a small total, and these batsmen going at the rate they're going at, those half chances, you're gonna have to take advantage of them. You cannot just allow the ball to fall in the gap like that. The half chances, need to make in whole chances and give yourself an opportunity.
Yes, but he has presented the opportunity on both occasions with no avail here this afternoon.
Here is the man Joe Gums again, goes past the umpire, this time ball to Peters, looking to hit again. He's going to go into leg side, and the man Michael Lewis will field, and it will result in 1 run. And so far in this over, I don't think the batsmen have actually middled the ball from this over.
No, not as yet.
Here's the man Joe Gums, goes past the umpire. Just checking on Peters there, making sure he stays in his crease at the non-striker's end. Giving him a warning. Here's the man Joe Gums again, goes past the umpire, bowls to David, and I think he's gone. He's gone, caught behind, and the golden hand of the man Baba picks up the wicket. Kenry David has to go, and is this a moment of too little too late? Raise a massive with a flyer. No, some 94 for the loss of 1.
Yes, the golden arm of Joe Gums has struck again, and 94 for 1 in 7.5 overs. Yes, a very good going by Razor Massive. Very good going indeed.
And the new batsman coming out looks to be the man Keithstone Richardson. We're replacing Kenry David in the course of over number 8. Man Joe Gums getting that big wicket of Kenry David, who's gone for 48 runs. A well-played innings. Is it a match-winning innings, Sambo?
Yes, a very good inning here by Kenry. Very good indeed. From the word go, he placed his leg on that pedal and never released it by hitting the ball for 6s and 4s here. A very good total here by him, 48.
And Kenry David, when he bowled, I think he picked up some 4 wickets, bowling very good at the back end of the innings. And now he's gone for 48 runs at the top of the order, really putting the Razor Massive in a comfortable position to win this game. Some may well think they have won it already, but it's never over until the fat lady sings.
You see, cricket is a very funny game, I would say. You have not won until the last ball is being bowled.
Here's the man Joe Gums. He's going to bowl to Richardson for the first time. Richardson coming forward and just playing it casually, and they're going to sneak a single there. It's going to be a very easy single to complete over number 8. It's 95 for 1 at the end of over number 8.
Yes, it's comfortable going here by Razor Massive, putting a lot of pressure here on the Stoney Ground team here. I would say that the Stoney Ground team has fell short by 20 or even 30 runs when they were batting. When they started with a flyer, but in the middle overs, they slowed down considerable by only doing 135 runs.
I think that Stoney Ground may have missed the trick in getting Joe Gums onto the ball when they did. I believe he should have been bowling from maybe the third or fourth over. From the time that they saw that David and Peters were starting to get off to a flyer, you'd have wanted Joe Gums to get in there and restrict the scoring rate and maybe pick up a couple wickets. It may be a case of too little too late, but this is cricket, and this is cricket in Anguilla. Anything can happen. 42 needed from 72. 95 for 1 after 8. It's Shaka Hodge into bowl to Keithstone Richardson. To this delivery, Richardson is forward, opening the face, but he will not get a run. Richardson, the left-arm wicket-keeper batter. He also bowls some good left-arm off-spinner. Hodge to bowl to Richardson. Richardson is turning it into the leg side. They will get Warner. It's going to bring Sherwin Peters back to strike. Kenroy David gone for 48, the man dismissed. Peters, he's 42 of 23. The two openers got off to an absolute flyer. 96 for Warner after 8.2. Peters doing a bit of gardening on the surface. He has a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long one deep on the leg side. Hodge the ball to Peters. Peters is getting this one, hitting it behind square. That's going to go close to the rope, but the grass is heavy there. It will be held up, and Daniel Dorn picks it up. They will only get 2. The grass is heavy behind square there. When you're bowling from the polyclinic end, you can see that it's with the ringing that we had over the night, it's become a bit heavier. Shaka Hodge into ball to Peters again. Peters misses this one. That should have been a stumping, but Dion Burton dropped the ball. Rare. You never see that from Dion Burton. He is secure behind the stumps, but he dropped that one.
I would say it's the additional pressure here. It's that mounting on the beamers here.
It's going to be Hodge who has to retrieve the ball from about mid-off. Well, that could have been a prized wicket. It's Sherwin Peters. That would have been the prized wicket they would have wanted, to get Sherwin Peters and get him before 50. Hodge the ball to Peters. That's a full toss, and Peters will dismiss it to the boundary for 4. To add insult to injury, missed stumping. You gotta see one. Missed stumping opportunity, and then Peters dispatches the next ball over mid wicket for 4.
Yes, he just said, "Thank you very much. I'll put it anywhere I want on this field," and he just slapped it into the boundary for 4 runs.
100 is up after 8.5 overs. Hodge the ball to Peters, full toss. This one is high. He's not gotten all of it, and Sherwin Peters falls. Once again, gone for 48. Catch taken by Emma. Peters goes for 48 from 26.
Yes, it was a very good catch here coming from the boundary, and both batsmen have scored 48. No need for that stroke at that time. Just knock the ball around, and easy win for Razor Massive.
At the end of 9, they are 100 for 2. Peters gone for 48 from 27. David gone for 48 from 24. And up comes Captain Ashon Hodge. Can he take his team to victory for their first trophy, their first championship in the Anguilla Premier T20 League? They're still going to require a further 38 runs, I do believe. 35 runs required from 66 deliveries. There should be a walk in the park, Tony. Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon again, Doc, and if we would have seen anything from the Beamers, of the Razor Massive that is yesterday, I would be hard pressed to think that they would lose this match from this position. But like we always say again, it's cricket, and that ball was there to be hit, but just didn't get hold of it as he would have wanted, and saw his downfall. But they have already done the damage, these two batters, and has really set a good platform for the Razor Massive to put their hands on this trophy.
102 for 2 after 9. The best start to a game I've seen in this APL, and it has come in the final.
I've never seen anything of this before, but like you said earlier on, I really think that the Beamers might have really missed the trick in getting Joe Gums in early. We can see just bowling over, and they only conceded some 6 runs.
And picked up a wicket as well. Here comes the masterful Joe Gums, the ball to Keithstone Richardson, whipping it straight to Shaka Hodge. Keithstone Richardson has to go. I was speaking to Renford Kelsick before the over, and he told me Baba is going to get the left-hander. Keithstone has to go. Caught Shaka, bowled the masterful Joseph Gums.
And that's a very, very poor shot there from Richardson. I'm not too sure what he was really trying to do there. If you're going to play the ball over the infield. Just a little gentle push on the inside, straight into the lap of Shaka there, standing in a short, squarish mid-wicket position, and he gleefully accepted the catch. And again, we have seen where at one point where the Beamers, they were going great guns as well, and lost a number of wickets, a clutter of wickets, as we see is that the water cart heading onto the field at this time, and really still way ahead is the Beamers, and shouldn't feel to be disturbed about losing 3 quick wickets there, Doc.
Yes, it's 102 for 3. Akeem Charles, a man going to the middle now. Charles is a very good batter as well. They still have a lot of batting left to come, the likes of Jacob Paz, Richard Burton, as well as Rolando Wright and Keith Aragon, and the Rogers brothers. They have a lot of batting all the way down to number 11.
Yes, and they've certainly set themselves very well. They're in a good position. They should not feel too perturbed, too disturbed that they would have lost those 3 wickets just like that. They should be able to at least take it home from here. But again, the Beamers, as a team, as fighting team as they are, will certainly have other ideas there, and that miss from Burton wasn't as costly as could have been, having the wicket been taken shortly after by Hodge.
Yes, well, at the halfway stage of this one, there is a massive, well, not quite the halfway stage, it's still 5 balls before the halfway stage, and they are 102 for 3. What a start by the 2 openers for them. What a start for Peters and Kenroy David. The best opening partnership we've seen in this APL.
But some really ordinary bowling as well too, Doc. Not too sure. Maybe they turn around in terms of the quick turnaround from the Beamers. Saw them a little bit maybe sore in the bowling department, and hence the reason why they didn't came out and bowl as well as they would have liked at the start of their defense of the 136 that they posted. So maybe the quick turnaround, having played yesterday and coming back less than 24 hours, probably has done a little bit for them as well. But on the other hand, the Razor Massive, stark contrast, totally different.
After the first over 4, 18, 8, 15, 14, 16, 14.
Wow.
Runs and runs galore.
That's the statistics there for you, as the water cart has left the field, and we're just about to resume the innings. We have only had one ball in this over so far, bowled by Joe Gums, picking up the wicket there of Keithstone Richardson for 2, and he will continue, and he will be bowling to Charles.
Current run rate 11.13. Going great guns are a massive, but they've been slowed down by the wily veteran in Joe Gums.
Well, they just need 3.23 runs and over from here, 35 from 65 balls.
Gums the ball to Charles. Charles is driving it down to long off for a single. That's sensible batting. Very sensible batting. You don't need to go great guns when you've already gotten the start you've gotten. Just knock the ball around against Joe Gums, take the singles.
Yes, and he can only bowl 4 overs, that's the thing.
Exactly. There's just 24 balls that you have to face from him. When he's finished, you still have 40 balls to score 34 runs. Yes. So if he bowls maidens from here on out, if he was to bowl 4 straight maidens, you would still have less runs than balls required.
Yes, certainly.
Here comes Gums, the ball to Captain Ashon, opening the face and pushing into the offside gap. They will get a single. They will get a single. It's a long on, a long off, deep square leg. A deep third man. No, not deep third man. A deep backward square as well, and a deep cover for the left-handed Akeem Charles. Now the long off comes into the circle, but about 3/4 of the way back. I don't know if they're trying to prevent the single, or it's going to be Charles who's going to let this one go through for a wide. You know, Charles, he has a decent power. Gums the ball to Charles. It's flighted. Charles drives it straight down the ground towards Giovanni Gums there at long off for a single. Sensible cricket. Very sensible by these two batters. Just need singles. 31 runs away. Over half the game left to be played. Gums talking to Shaka Hodge. Going back to his bowling mark now. Ashon Hodge comes across from square leg and goes to his crease now. Taps away, waiting on Joe Gums. Gums to Hodge. Hodge drives it straight back to the bowler for no run. One delivery left before the 10th over. It's 106 for 3. 106 for 3. Juice Gums. Into ball to Ashon. Flighted. Ashon drives it and drives it elegantly through extra cover. And that's going to get to the boundary for 4. A classy stroke. A test match stroke. Between short extra cover and the cover. 4 runs.
And yes, we have seen where Razor Massive had just decided, well, we've got this. We are not going to lose this match. The two batters, they are certainly playing good, sensibly cricket, just knocking the ball around, picking up the 1 and 2s, and we had an exquisite shot there from Ashon Hodge. We know he can bat, and when I spoke to him today, he said, a matter of fact, yesterday, he says he's coming for one thing, and that is to put the hand on his trophy that is right here in front of us.
Mid-wicket conference between these two batters. Shaka Hodge giving the umpire his hat. He'll be continuing the attack. Into bowler's third over, he has 1 for 21. 1 for 21, Shaka Hodge. Hodge, the right arm off spinner. We're bowling from the polyclinic end. He has a long on, deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. Short mid wicket as well. Cannot straight on the leg side because this batter Akeem Charles is a very good sweeper of the ball. Opening the face. It's Charles, he won't get a run. Daniel Durham doing the fielding there. Also a deep cover in place. Long off is very wide. Shaka Hodge to Charles. Charles is going for a quick single, and Sean took off by himself. As Sean Hodge took off by himself, it was not his call to make.
And Doc, I spoke to him when I went to collect the team sheet, and I said to him, Ashan, don't run yourself out today. And what did he do?
Run himself out.
Ran himself out very, very carelessly there. He had no place running absolutely, and he's just giving Charles a high five because he knows that it was his error and in his ways. He's just walking gingerly as well. Maybe the quick turn to maybe head back, maybe just pulled something, but it has brought the level-headed Jacob Pauls wearing the number 7 shirt to the field. And we have seen this young man played some really, really good cricket, got a good cricket header on his good cricketing head on his shoulders, and I'm certainly sure that he'll be saying, well, let's see if we can take it home from here.
This game isn't over. It's Jacob Pauls in the middle. Pauls, a sensible cricketer. Very sensible cricketer. Can he get his team to victory? Pauls and Charles, the two batters in the middle now for the Razor Massive. Charles is on strike. There was never a run on there. Never a run on. Shaka Hodge. 2 balls left in this over. Shaka trying it. The Pauls are smart. Pauls is a very smart cricketer.
Well, you certainly have to know.
Shaka Hodge, the ball to Akeem Charles. Charles back and cutting down towards the deep cover fielder. He will get 1. That's all he needs. That's all they need, just the singles. 27 needed from 58. I would suspect that they're not selling the balls, the Beamers. They want 6 wickets.
Yes, well, the Beamers, they will certainly need to get, if they have a chance of winning this match, they certainly need to bowl the Razor Massive out.
It's a long on, long off, very, very short extra cover, deep cover point, the short point. Shaka Hodge, the ball to Jacob Pauls. Getting a good bounce, so Pauls turns it into the leg side and gets a single. Pauls up to number 6 in the order today. Getting a promotion, suspect Richard Burton will be batting at next. If gets a chance to bat.
The field on the onside is set very deep, so you can just
knock it for a single. He's going to get one that's turning away from him. Into the offside there. From Charles, he gets no run. So 1 ball left in this over. Just 2 off it and the wicket via a run out. Shaka. He's into ball to Akeem Charles. Charles is turning it into the leg side. This will be runs. They get 1. They're coming back for 2. That's very good running by the Ellen Harbour Razor Massive batters. And they will get 3 because that's a poor throw by Giovanni Gums. And it's a no ball. And a free hit.
Very tidy there on the part of
so Charles, he moves on to 6. Pauls on strike for the free hit. Very, very poor work. Shaka Hodge into ball to Jacob Pauls. Free hit delivery. Pauls down the track, striking it well, but straight to the man at long on there in Aimer. It will be just a single. That should be the end of the over. And at the end of the over, the Razor Massives in search of 137 for victory. They are 117 for 4.
Yes, and still 9 overs to go. 117 for 4. Just another 20 runs to really lift this trophy. We see the man Funju running out there, maybe just to take a bit of, while he's taking some gear. I think that's the thigh pad. That's Charles just getting rid of the thigh pad, and the Beamers really steering along the barrel of a defeat here. They'll certainly need to work some magic. The likes of Gums won't have much more overs. It will be the other bowlers who will certainly need to pull something, because they didn't do too well in the early initial stages at the defense of this total.
Daniel Doran back into the attack. So Joe Gums is out of the attack. Picked up the wickets, but he's out of the attack.
Well, I'm not sure what they're saving him for the other 2 overs for. Doesn't make much sense to me, really.
20 runs required, 54 deliveries left, 6 wickets left, I must say. They're going to stop calling the balls and call the wickets, because the balls, they seem to be negligent right now. 20 runs required, 6 wickets for the Beamers to get. You hear the man Sambo out there, I believe, doing interviews with a couple fans.
Yeah, certainly a good crowd here supporting both teams.
It's going to be Daniel Doran, the left arm off spinner. Around the wicket to Jacob Piles, onto the delivery. Jacob Piles is going back and cutting it into the offside and gets a single. Chapo, the man doing the fielding. A deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off. And now a deep backward square being put in place. A deep cover. So cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, backward square leg, the man on the boundary. Durham, flighted one. Charles drives it too long off, gets a single. Charles moves on to 7 from 7 deliveries and brings Jacob Piles to strike. 18 runs required. $18 runs is what's required here. Daniel Doran is in now to bowl to Jacob Piles. Piles is pushing it back down to Doran, getting it no run. 3 balls bowled, 2 runs off the over. Doran into bowl to Jacob Piles. Piles pushes it for Shaka Hodge, extra cover, gets no run.
Getting some jokes there from the man Sambo. He's asking Premier if you get a chance to play cricket. Interesting.
Doran into bowl to Jacob Piles. Piles back, turning it into the leg side. It's again no run. Good over by Daniel Doran so far, just 2 off it. 1 delivery left. Doran turns quickly. Left arm around to bowl to Jacob Piles. And Piles gets one off the inner portion of the bat. Runs it down towards square leg and gets a single. That's going to be the end of 12. At the end of 12, they are 120 for 4.
120 for 4. It's a mere 17 runs. And like you said, the balls are quite irrelevant at this point in time. The Beamers, they will certainly be looking to the heavens as to say, well, I wonder where we can at least pick up 2 or 3 quick wickets and see if we can put a squeeze here, having not presented themselves well in their early innings in the field, with the opening bowlers really leaking a number of runs and giving the Razor Massive a solid platform. At one point they would have scored in excess of 80 runs without losing a wicket, and just making light work of the chase now with these 2 batters here in Charles and Piles. who we would have seen yesterday, really played a good innings with his partner Borton, who's still yet to bat, and they're in with a really good solid chance to really lift this trophy down.
It's going to be the leg spinner, Aimer, to continue now. Slip in place. Aimer to bowl to Jacob Piles, and to this delivery. Piles is opening the face, going to get into the offside. Won't get a run.
Well, he did come in for some heavy stick, as we would say so at times. 2 overs for 31 runs. He'll certainly need to redeem himself in this final 2.
Aimer into bowl to Piles. Piles drives it off the outer portion of the bat, but they will go for a single. Direct hit. Piles is gone. Casual, very casual by Jacob Piles, and Giovanni comes with a direct hit. This game is not over.
Well, again, here we go. It's not over. We saw Piles yesterday putting on a good partnership with Borton. This time he will be leaving the field, and Borton will be making his way. Whether or not the Beamers will really allow themselves to really lose this match from here on, it certainly would be quite interesting. As I say, good afternoon and welcome, maybe to carry to the end there, Millie, to Millington. Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, Tony, and to we are drawing ever closer, ever nearer, coming to the end of what has been an exciting APL 2022 season 2. Well, Tony, it looked done and dusted when David and Peters were going helter-skelter, but there was a stumble, and there is a massive here, requiring another 17 runs from all of our 46 balls, and it cannot be that Razor Massive will lose from here.
Well, like you said, we have seen stranger things, but if I would see strange things here this afternoon, well, wow. Maybe cricket is certainly not the game for the faint of heart, really. Run out there, just running back casually there was Jacob Paul. Not like him, really. He's usually one of those sharp, astute cricketers, and really not running as hard as he would have liked. And a direct hit there, good feeling there from Giovanni Gomes, saw the back of Paul's.
Yes. So Richard Burton, the new batsman. Richard Burton is going to be the non-striker. It's going to be Amar to continue to Hakeem Charles, who is on 7. Amar, right arm around the wicket, ball to Charles. Charles is standing tall and pushing it back down the offside of the track. No run resulting. Score remains on 120 for 5. 120 for 5 in the 13th over.
120 for 5.
120 for 5 in search of 137 for victory. Here is Amar to bowl to Charles. Charles is pulling well, and it's gone high and handsome over the top. That goes away for 6. That goes away for 6. It's 126. 126 for 5.
Well, Charles is saying meat and drink, and I am not going to take any chances. If it's there to be hit, I am going to hit it, and hit it he did over the mid-wicket boundary there. 6 good runs for his team, Millington, as they march on further 11 runs to get here to see themselves raise this trophy.
Yes, raise a massive. A team, I'll call them down and out. Remember some time ago they played with 7 players, and on 2 occasions, back-to-back, they would have played with 7 players. But today, they are in the finals, and they have 1.5 hand on the trophy already. Here is Amar to bowl to Charles. Charles is walking this one off the pad, down to the man coming off the mid-wicket boundary. Score moves on by 1 to 127. 127. Amar moves on to 14. That's Hakeem Charles. Hakeem Charles moves on to 14. Amar, right arm around the wicket to the left hand in Burton. So Amar tosses the ball from hand to hand and makes some field adjustment. Richard Burton looks around. He's ready now for Amar. Amar moves away, ball to Burton. Burton is stripping. This one is in the air and over the top of Williams. And he gets one. Burton is off the mark. He's on one. Burton is on one, and the total moves on to 128. At the end of over, number 13. At the end of 13, it's 128 for 5 in search of 137 for victory.
Yes, and Burton there again, like almost as if he wanted to be given catching practice, that is. We've seen here where Charles is in the mid-pitch conference with Burton, as is to say, we really don't need to do anything extraordinary, out of the ordinary. We just need to knock the ball around, pick up the singles. We are right there, certainly sure that they're hearing the score being broadcast on our live PA system, and that they will certainly be in a good place to really see their team through to this victory. Just that Amar there, just putting too much pace on the ball, so to speak. Could have maybe bowled it just a little slower to cause some more problems to the batter, but elected to really push things through, and we've seen where he conceded a lot of the hit there to Charles, and another good return there in 3 overs at all for Hamer.
Indeed. It's going to be Durham from this the commentator's booth end, and left arm over the wicket, ball to Burton. Burton to this delivery is coming forward, pushing it on the onside. No run resulting. Score remains on 128 for 5. 128 for 5 in the course of over number 14. 137 is that magical number. Here is Durham to bowl to Burton. Burton is rocked on the pad, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. And
certainly
we'd love to see the replay on that one.
Yes,
we would love to see the replay on that one, because from where we are sitting, from where we are doing the commentaries, it's more from mid a long off position, and so we will not be able to judge that one. But a loud appeal going up there. Not out, says the umpire. It's Durham to bowl to Burton. Bowls to Burton. Burton is coming forward and pushing it back down the track. No run resulting. Score remains on 128 for 5. And over number 14, it can't be. It can't be that there is a massive can lose from here. Here is, well, that's prematurely. That's very premature.
Got 3 balls to go still.
That's very much premature. Here is Durham to bowl to Burton. Burton is steering this one down to third man. Oh, that's brilliant feeling there by Lewis, who has hurt himself. They have gone for 2. They will come back for a third. And 3 runs. But that was brilliant feeling there by Lewis, and he has hurt himself. He has hurt himself, hauling himself to his right and stopping that one. But in the process, hurting himself, and all the feelers are running to him. Lewis, Michael Lewis.
We do hope that it's nothing too serious. We did really stop the ball, fielded it very well, but I guess with the effort to really gather it, when he fell heavily, and he's not really one of those persons who is slim in build, so to speak, so that weight going down probably caused some damage, Millie.
Yes, indeed. But good news that he's back on his feet. Lewis is back on his feet. Seems to have been winded more than anything else. And he is...
And probably the fall kind of knocked the stuffings out of him, possibly.
After this game, all drinks is on you. Just buy a drink and have a good time.
So he seemed to be coming off and seemed to be favoring that right arm. seem to be favoring that right arm. So he's leaving the field. Lewis, not good for Beamers, but look of things. This game is done and dusted, Tony. 6 runs from 38 balls at .95.
Yes.
Some .95 runs and over. Less than a runner a ball.
And Lewis will have batted well for the Beamers as well in helping him to get to 136 runs. But they certainly have not applied themselves with ball, so to speak, and fell away badly with bat as well in the latter stages of the innings. And I think just that momentum that the Razor Massive had closing out their bowling innings, they really took it into their chase as well, with the 2 opening batters in Peters and David really wreaking havoc on the bowling there for the Beamers.
Indeed. It's going to be Durham to continue bowling to Hakeem Charles, who is on 14. Charles is on 14. 4 is Burton. Here is Durham bowl to this one. Straight to Gums, and they were taking off looking for a single. That would have been suicidal.
Again, I'm not too sure. Probably want to get off the park quickly, but Burton can ill afford doing such.
Yeah, he's doing to Hakeem Charles, is pushing it up to cover. No run result in the end of the 14th over, and at the end of over number 14, it's 131 for 5. The Razor Massive in search of 137 for victory.
Yeah, so just a mere 6 runs, and that will be all she wrote. They have got all of 6 overs to really get these runs, and they're certainly well on their way, but it's been a good competitive game for the most part. The Beamers did put a score that they thought they could have defended. Like I mentioned to Doc early when he was here, maybe the turnaround playing yesterday and then coming back to play today. I mean, I know both teams would have done such, but the Beamers, in terms of the age, will probably, at average age, certainly probably higher, and it's kind of telling out there, Millie.
Well, you said they needed recovery time. Well, the recovery time was overnight. It's 131, 131. Here is Shaka Hodge. To bowl to Burton, bowls to Burton. Burton is hitting this one in the air. Shaka Hodge wants the catch. Shaka Hodge wants the catch. He's not going to get there. It should have been Giovanni. It should have been Giovanni. Giovanni was coming in, and it was always going to be harder for the fielder going back. Shaka Hodge was looking to take it over, and he should have called Shaka Hodge off. It should have been an easy catch for Giovanni Gums, and Burton moves on by 1 to 5.
Yes,
Burton is on 5. 14 is Charles, who is on strike. And that definitely should have been a wicket. Here is Hodge to bowl to Charles. Charles is caught behind. That could have been 2 and 2. It should have been 2 and 2. It should have been 2 and 2.
That's the 6th wicket.
Yes, Charles Rose is 132 for 6. 100 and 132 for 7. It could have been easy. 131 for 7.
Yeah, well, that's it looks like Akimel Rogers going out there. Yes, Akimel Rogers. I think there's a killer shot there played by Charles. I don't know, maybe had enough out there, but you really should have seen it through. And we got 4 more wickets to get. That's 4 balls.
Tony, cricket is a game of glory and uncertainty. Can you imagine if that catch was taken? It would have been 131 for 7.
Yeah, but we are not so certain that he would have gotten the other wicket.
Well, Tony, they would have crossed. And cricket is cricket. It would have been 132 for 7, 131 for 7. It is 132 for 6. The new batsman is Alkins Rogers, and he's going to be on strike to Shaka Hodge. He's going to get a quicker ball. Here is Shaka Hodge to bowl to Rogers, and Rogers is punching that one straight to backward point. Chad Hunt fields, no run resulting. A young Chad Hunt.
Oh, they're making it hard. 5 runs to get. 1 shot.
Well, it's 1 shot, 4 wickets. Seems that it is going to be easier to get the 4 wickets. Here is Shaka Hodge to bowl to Rogers. Rogers is hitting this one over the top of Saunders and into the bunker, 4 runs. Scores are level. Scores are level.
We might be going to a super over. You never know.
Scores are level. At the end of over number 15, scores are level. And there is still a ball to me. Isn't there still a ball to bowl in the over? Yes. One more ball remaining in the over. In fact, score tells me 2 balls remaining.
Yes, 2 balls.
2 balls remaining in the over. And this can be in the final over we are seeing. In APL Season 2. Raise the massive. Looking for championship. Oh, that one outside line of the awesome. Can to run it past the slip. Doesn't make contact. Over coming to an end. And at the end of over number 15, a shot of 1 ball.
We need 100 runs for victory. I don't have 100 runs for victory.
And then he was out.
Let's turn it around.
So 136.
Well,
that's a 5 ball over. But it's not going to make much of a difference in this game at all.
Certainly, and
certainly not going to make much of a difference.
But look at the scoring as we look at the tallies here: 48-48.
One left for victory.
1 more run for victory, and you can score 5.2 overs.
Yes.
That's all the time in the world.
5 overs remaining.
Minute making.
It's going to be here, Emma. To bowl to Burton. Moves away with 1 to get. Burton hits it over the top, and that's the winning run. It goes into the boundary, and that's the winning run. That's the winning run. Razor Massive has captured the APL title for 2022 Season 2. It is indeed Razor Massive who has sealed the deal and walked away with the coveted title of APL champions.
Yes, the Razor Massive, they didn't started well at all in the preliminaries, but when it mattered most, they came to the party and really played 2 good games of cricket, both in the semi-finals and now in the finals, playing for all the marbles. As we can see, the Premier, who hails from that area as well, going out to congratulate the batters coming in, and both teams as well. But really good game of cricket played there by the Razor Massive for the 2 days that we presented these games, Millie.
Indeed, and so I will think that the man of the match, man of the final, will go to none other than the man David, who captured some 4 for 25 and scored 48. I don't think that he's going to have any competition there at all for the man of the match. But again, Tony, before we leave here, we must say again thanks to all our sponsors as we...
Yes, Margie Soda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, 97.7, that's Heartbeat Upbeat Radio, Nagico Insurance, Clarita, Walgreen, Lindholm, Zemi Beach, my place of work, Republic Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, National Caribbean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, sorry, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charge 54 that has presented these beautiful pictures live into your homes, into your cars. Radio Anguilla 95.5, the ever-present Class FM as well. Digicel, the main sponsor, CIC and V Apartments, and yes, Jerry's Soda. We also want to thank Lowell Hughes as well, Lowell Hodge, sorry, for his contribution as well. And I think we would have had the man of the match sponsor as well from one of the presenting the man of the match sponsor for this year's APL 2022. So to all the sponsors that would have presented themselves, Lakes Wall with the man of the match offer, we want to thank you, because had it not been for your contribution and your sponsorship, we certainly would have been struggling to really bring to you this tournament, the second in its edition of the Anguilla Premier T20 League. Millington, 2 great games yesterday, and a finals that was worthwhile watching. The Razor Massive certainly had the better of this game, and they are the ones who are winning.
Indeed, Razor Massive getting the better of the Beamers today. Beamers getting to the finals for the second time in a row and just unable to get over the line. So congrats to the Razor Massive. They would have done a tremendous job. They would have restricted the Beamers to a score of 136 when they looked well set for 155, 160, and in the end chasing it down very comfortably, one will say, with a very solid start from the openers, Peters and David. So congratulations to the Razor Massive, Captain Ashan Hodge, a very determined young man. At times had to make some really tough decisions, but today coming out on top and being crowned as a champion, the Razor Massive.
Yes, certainly, and we probably will be talking to Ashan Hodge just a tidbit, and certainly I have a question for him, because I did say to him, do not run yourself out, so he's going to need to answer. But the crowd, the spectators are here, both spectators from the Beamers as well. Second time around, the Beamers were into the final last year, kind of ended in anticlimax fashion, and they started losing the finals as well. But this year as well, allowing themselves to get to the finals, and when it mattered most, didn't really show up. Here the bowling, the opening bowling, found wanting in this.
Indeed, found wanted, and the very same thing happened in the final preliminary game when these two very teams met, when Peters and David actually got the better of their bowlers, and so today were no different. And I thought, because of what transpired in that preliminary game, that the Beamers winning the toss would have asked the Razor Massive to bat first and look to put their batting under pressure. It wasn't to be.
Yes, and so a good game here, and we want to say to all of our workers, scorers, Porty who is in Sinkets, all the workers that we would have had here to really assist us in terms of our commentary, Mr. Keithstone Greaves, Mr. Zulma Webster, Ralph Hodge, John Millington, Sambo, the likes of Shiv Benjamin, Cheidyn, Bryan, Mr. Renford Kelsick, and all those who would have graced our presence here at the microphones. We want to say thank you, and hopefully, God willing, next year, we'll be looking forward to another edition of the APL. So I've been joined here with the two captains for both teams. I must say first and foremost that of Mr. Burton and Ashan Hodge, commiserations. Burton, what do you think went wrong for you out there today?
I think at the beginning we didn't get enough runs. I think we was like 50 runs short, and I think that already happened. It should have at the end.
You started off well. At one point you were 113 for 3, and then in the latter overs they kind of allowed them to at least get further into your batting, and they took the momentum into their chase as well. What would you say would have contributed to the performance in the latter overs when you were batting?
I feel that we lost too many wickets at the wrong time. So I think like that kind of like getting to the whole team, and then we just struggle. We struggle from there. They bowl really well too, so credit goes off to Razor Massive bowling, also their team.
You usually defend scores that you put on the board very well, but at your start of your defense, the bowling didn't start it as well as you would have liked.
Well, credit goes off to the opening batsmen as well. I think they really come up with intent to win the game. They gave them a good start, which carried the team right to the end.
Well, just want to say to you that well-played game. It was a quick turnaround from yesterday into today. Some of your players are not as spry and young as they would have been, and but you did compete well, and we just want to wish you all the best for the next season and going forward.
All right, thank you so much.
Ashan, I have a question for you. I ask you not to run yourself out again. Tell me what happened there.
Cricket happened, man. That's all I can say.
Cricket happened. Okay, congratulations on your win. You really started off the season not as well as you would have liked. Some difficulties in terms of getting your entire team together, but when it mattered most in the semi-finals and the finals, you came out to play. What are your thoughts on your team performance today?
Well, I just want to tell the listening audience that the race is not for the swift. You know, it all came down to today, and we had a game plan, a strategy that we were working on it from last week, depending on who we play after we get to the semifinals, and we executed today. You know, it wasn't perfect, but then again, it's cricket, and we lost the toss. They batted. We tried to restrict them as best as we could. And we always try to stay positive, regardless of the ups and the downs within the game. We continue to stay positive, and we go on the right side today. Kudos to the Pumas for playing a lovely brand of cricket today, and I wish them all the best.
What was the talk heading into the chase? Because we realized that the two opening batters came out there and was if they really had a plane to catch. What was the thought going into chasing 136 runs?
Yeah, it was all about being positive, you know, and taking the attack to the bowling attack. You know, we knew what they would have come with. You know, we were confident. We played them twice before in the group stage, and we were on the better side of both of those fixtures. So our guys came in with some humble confidence to execute, and they did today, so kudos to my team.
Well, we really want to congratulate your entire team. The Razor Massive, they really came to play. They are the champions, and we are looking certainly into next year, God's willing, when you will be defending your title, hoping that we will have a good brand of cricket playing again. And to Mr. Burton as well, well done, well played. Second chance. I hope you won't be like Guyana next time around. But well played, and we've had a good match.
Cheers.
Right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. There you had it from the two captain, Ashan Hodge and Dion Burton, the captain of both teams. And we are going to have another chit chat with These are the two opening batters. Kenroy David, you were adjudged the man of the match, and Peters. Good afternoon and welcome to the microphones again. Your thoughts on your team's performance today?
I feel it was very good. We stick to the basics today just like we did yesterday. Starting off the tournament was a bit rocky, getting to know each player as we go along. But in time we gel at the right moment and we just came through today with a victory.
When you all was getting yourselves ready to really go and chase 137 for victory, what did you all talk about between yourselves?
Basically, we've been getting starts, but we're not carrying on, like to get a good amount of runs on the board for the team. So today was like, you know, let's just be ourselves and we will do what we have to do to get the team a good start, and yeah, it worked out today.
We know that the Beamers at times they are very miserly in terms of how they bowl. When you assess the bowling, especially after the first over, what were your thoughts in how the pitch was playing, on how you was going to approach, whether you were going to give them time to settle or not? What were your thought process then?
No, after the first over, we saw we bowled first actually, so we saw the pitch was playing, and once it's in our half, we went back ourselves all the time. So that's what we did, back ourselves.
I noticed that the both of you bowl and open the batting as well. Is that something that you do on a regular?
Yeah, we play for the same team in St. Martin's. So.
I think I heard, what's his name, Repeater, mention that you played for the same team as well.
Yeah.
How have playing in St. Martin helped you to assist the Razor Massive in winning this tournament?
Basically experience, because I'm the captain in St. Martin and he's the vice captain. And when we came over, we was like trying to figure out the players and see how, not to take over the captaincy or anything from Ashan, just like to help him out, to show him, guide him, more or less.
What are your general thoughts, or what I answer from both of you, what are your general thoughts of the Anguilla Premier T20 tournament?
I find it's very good. There's a good hype to it. The crowd always comes out, they always support. The teams, they're always at you. Every single game, they're always at you, especially when they know the type of player you are. They're gonna try their best to get you as low as possible. Unfortunately, during the start of the season, they've been getting you regularly. So yes, it's a good thing to just come out for the last couple of games and just, you know, give the crowd what they've been looking for.
Okay. Well, I would say that congratulations to you both, and when it mattered most, like we say, when we were playing for all the marbles, you turned up to the party and you did execute. Were there any sort of jitters when you would have lost, both of you would have lost the wicket and realized, but wait, what is going on here? Were there any jitters in the camp, so to speak?
Not really. At the end of the day, it's a team sport. You can't just depend on two guys or one player. It's a team sport. Everybody got to contribute.
They usually say cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Were you thinking down that line in any case with when you would have lost, when you lost your wicket, as well as you, Peters, and then when Ashan ran himself out, some, you know, bad shots was played, so to speak, and then you see from 2 for 102 to maybe 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it was a bit of uncertainty there, but at the same time, seeing how the team have been doing when we got out, we backed them 100%. You know, to get the job done. And
it was like five runs in like 6 overs.
Yeah.
Yes, and certainly yesterday was a perfect example, because you see a really good partnership between Jacob Pauls and Richard Burton,
right,
who really pushed you to a respectable score that you defended. We really want to thank you for coming, for showing your expertise, and for lending your help to the Razor Massive as well. And as long as this tournament continues, we will certainly look forward to having your skills being presented here in Anguilla for this kind of tournament. Thank you.
No problem, thanks.
Thanks. There you had it, the two opening batters. They would have scored 48 apiece and really gave themselves a really good platform for the Razor Massive to hoist this APL T20 trophy. And Millie, as we put a wrap on things here, just your general thoughts of the tournament.
I think that it was a good tournament coming on the back of season 1, and we were looking. We got a good start with some hiccups. Nonetheless, we ended up with a very good tournament. In the end, there is a massive, as I said before, a team that never looked like getting to the semis. Actually, they got their acts right and came here today and did a remarkable job in lifting the cup. Tony, when one look back at the tournament, the team that looked the most dominant on any given day was indeed the Pointers. The Pointers, they played really good cricket. The Farrington Super Sixers were not to be counted out at all. The next team that was in the tournament were the Foreign Stars. Again, Tony, their first year and much to learn. Much to take away from this year's tournament. We say kudos to all the teams, to all those persons who, not just our sponsors, but our helpers and our commentary team, or the man Charles and his team, Radio Anguilla and Class FM, to all those who took the time out to listen to us wherever you are in Anguilla or in cyberspace. We are happy to have you being a part of our team, because indeed, had it not been for you and you would not have been as successful as season 2 were. And so again, Tony, we want to say thank you. We can't forget the man in charge of the commentary team, Keithstone Greaves, wherever he is on vacation. We say a big shout out to him. Know that you are locked in, and we are sending a big shout out to you.
Yes, certainly. And there you had it, the wrap from Millington. On behalf of all the commentators throughout the entire tournament, we want to thank you. And this is Tony Fleming returning you back to the master control for regular programming. Good evening and have a good Emancipation Day service.
have no time on a Wednesday to come down and talk some sports, man.
Not yet. I'm beginning to
Take it back now, y'all. One of this time. One of this time.
Come on,
Let's go. Let's go. Chris Cross. Cha-cha, let's go.
Doc, those guys from the mat. From the mat. Yeah, oh yeah? Some good cricket, man.
Everybody breathe. Everybody breathe.
When you get full like you have to go together. The youngsters, I will tell you,
start talking.
All the guys. I went to
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have the mic if you need it. So as we are about to present to you a presentation, Island Operators must come forward. Stoney Ground must come forward. For instance, Marathon Super Sixers, Blowing Point Pointers, 5 games. Presentation time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to have a quick
can come too. So not turn back, you can come too. So everybody, the first ceremony, first of two. So we just invite them all to come. We just want to congratulate both teams, the Beamers and Razor Massive, the 2022 champions, for a competitive match finals this afternoon. And we want to thank all the other teams who participated in the tournament for entertaining us over these last few months. We certainly enjoyed, we have seen a lot of skill, and we expect that this tournament and cricket in Anguilla will go from strength to strength. So we are almost there, we're just waiting on one. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. We are ready to start the very brief. This is going to be the first of two such ceremonies. The other one will be at some hotel or some place where we can sit around and discuss cricket and have some eats and drinks and you know, so forth. But this evening we're just going to have a quick presentation of the first place prize. And as you know, the first place prize is $6,500 US, which equates to $17,420 EC dollars. And that goes to the Razor Massive. As I say, good afternoon to all. Present good afternoon to the Deputy Governor, Mr. Perry Bradley, and to the Premier, Dr. Ellis Webster. And with that, I'm going to just turn over to Doc and ask that you all to come a little closer. Okay, Doc is making sure that the check is okay. It's a big check. I hope that the Razor Massive can lift up that check. $17,000 in one check is a lot of money. And then we will speak to the others after, but over to Doc now.
Good evening, and thank you very much. You know, we're in our second year of the Anguilla Premier T20 cricket tournament, and certainly this year was disturbed by weather, by other sports needing the facility. But we are here, and we want to thank the Razor Massive and the Stoney Ground Beamers. I saw Oliver and I wanted to give him some props, you know. But thank you for a wonderful game. This cricket, lovely cricket. Back in Anguilla, that's what we want. So give a big round of applause for the Beamers and the Razor Massive. Now, we couldn't do this without you, the fans, and so I want to thank you all for coming out. I want to thank the umpires, the match referees, the organizing committee with the chairman, Alkins Rogers. I want to thank everyone who's participated and those in Anguilla, those who came from outside of Anguilla to participate, and those who did the streaming, did the filming. It certainly has been a great year and a great tournament. But I want to thank our sponsors, and so I'll read them out because without the sponsors, we couldn't have this game. So we have Jerry Suda, Dr. Maha J. Suda, the American University of Anguilla Medical School, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Nagico Insurance, Corridor Waldron Lindham, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Best Buy Supermarket, the Lakes World and Associated, and those others who have contributed. I want to thank them, and we look forward to our next year where they give bigger and better, and this tournament will get larger. So thanks to everyone. Round of applause to all our sponsors. And so you see me smiling, and that's because we had a good game. It doesn't mean I thought it was red. So we'll go with the second place in this tournament. And what the chairman should have announced is that we'll have 2 third places teams, and we will give their prize at the next session when we give the Man of the Match awards and the other awards. So right now, second place to the Stoney Ground Beamers, and for $3,500 US. And we see Ron Chapeau, the manager, 12-man, utility player, batsman, coach, coming to accept.
I don't want to get lost.
Cricket, lovely cricket. I must say thanks to all the Beamers fans. Tough luck. Mr. Ray, manager, I'm very disappointed. But you worked hard and we're here. Congratulations. Raise the masses. You won, you deserve to win. Take care. See you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron Chapeau. That was beautiful. It just shows good sportsmanship, and I think he's gone. Baba, you'll have to chase him. And I must say, from last to first, when everybody had counted out the men in red, the fans came out, supported them, pushed them, and with big heart, and from Island Harbor in the east, Island Harbor raised a massive number 1, first place, $6,500 US. I guess the party starts now. Captain Sean Lodge. And if the team wants to come up, they can come up and support your captain.
Come through.
Captain Sean Hodge, say a few words, and then you stay on the stage after you say a few words.
I will. Just want to say, well done, guys. There was even a time during the tournament where they were wondering if we should continue playing because we was bringing down the standard of the tournament. So I just want to say, well done, it wasn't giving just negatively positive. Believe in each other. Believe in our abilities. And that's exactly what we did.
Drop the mic on that. All right, before you guys leave the stage, this year is the 70th Jubilee for Queen Elizabeth, celebrating. And with that, there is the Queen's Jubilee Trophy. This is a Platinum Jubilee of 70 years of reign. And here to represent the Queen and Her Excellency the Governor is the Acting Governor, Mr. Perrin Bradley, to make the presentation to the Razor Massive, the Queen Platinum Jubilee Trophy, which will be rotated each year to the winning team. So I'll turn over to Governor Bradley to give us a presentation.
Thank you.
Captain Hodge, congratulations to the team for winning the tournament. On behalf of my Majesty Queen, I'm proud to present you the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Trophy.
All right, raise the massive.
Congratulations to Raise the Massive and the entire team.
Yeah, you're getting this one too.
You get it?
I think it's one. We're getting two, man. We're getting two. I want 3 APL.
Someone looks like Farrington's broken. All right.
Oh, check.
Be careful with it.
There you go. First place.
As you rightly said, coming from behind, taking the top position. So, congratulations to Razor Massive. To reach this long journey, we want to thank our umpires, our commentators, our bar folks, the match referees, all the supporters, and all the other specialists who assisted us in any way, match referees, etc. We want to thank you all, and we look forward to even better things from all our sponsors. And we have a second section of staff for at the venue where we can relax and enjoy and just reminisce about this tournament and look forward to the tournament next year. So let's hear it. Thank you all.
All right.
This one goes up. This one here.
What are you doing?
You are a man. DJ, we want music, I mean real music. Carnival, Juve, real music. Thank you. Are you right there? Change it. Somewhere we need to find something. If
That's right. Congratulations.